good thing with this everything all working. And sometimes, hey, when you have a full production, and it really is just me, I guess it just doesn't work sometimes. It's very frustrating. But it is what it is, I guess. So, hope you guys are having a good night. I think, yeah, it's been raining like all day. I mean, it's been kind of like it's been nice though. I don't think it's like too bad. So let's see this. Um, yeah, it's been nice getting this all set up. I haven't had this one set up for a little bit, so that's nice too. Getting some to-do lists done, guys. It was super productive today. Felt really good to get things done. I like had a lot on my to-do list, and so that was cool. I felt productive. Um, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, yeah. I had freaking my kiddos baseball practice. Freaking stopped today, so that was a thing, and um, yeah. I hope you guys are having a good day. Um, I did not expect this. I didn't expect to hang out with this, but hey, you know what? We're adaptable. We're adaptable. We're hanging out. All right. Boom, boom. Center this. Nice. All right. Boom. How's that look, guys? Boom, boom. Yo, I was just checking out Discord to see if you were coming on tonight. Oh, thank you. Yeah, 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 guys. That was a cool. Yeah, I got we're on to the second stage of the Jubilee screening process, so that's cool. Yeah, I'm stoked about it. Should be interesting. Um, I hope it works out. It's going to be really fun if it does. Yeah, so we'll see. It's about climate change. They're looking for activists and deniers, or people that are, it's one of those middle ground ones. So we'll have to see how it goes. Maybe it won't go. Maybe it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows? But hopefully it does. I'm hoping it does. We did it. Yay. We did it. All right. All right. Cleaned up a bunch. Did like a bunch of housekeeping with my stream today, so that's cool. Um, Boom. Cool. All right, guys. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. It's like an unplanned. I wasn't planning on doing this stream tonight, but hey, I got to be adaptable to what happens. I couldn't get one of my cameras to work. Couldn't get the camera the could not get the yeah, couldn't get the cameras to work. So that's very frustrating, but hey, it is what it is. Boom. Boom. cool. Let's see how it thinks. I know one of my exactly. Sorry, excuse me. My one of my camera guys is sick. It's ridiculous. It's insane. It's so hard to find good help these days. Yeah, yeah. So that was what that was funny. Um, but you know, yeah, let's just see how it looks. Sweet, nice. It looks good. Sweet, done. All right. I hope you guys are having a good day. Um, yeah, today was a super productive day for me. It was nice. So I had like a bunch of got a bunch of some job applications done. I had a bunch of like the Jubilee stuff, and then also like I have some debates that could possibly be going on with modern day debates coming up. That's cool. And yeah, I think Safe is going really well. Safe has a big meeting tomorrow, so that's really cool. There's just like a lot of stuff going on right now. It's weird. There's a lot of things that are kind of like simmering right now in my life. And I am like in a period, it's weird. It feels like a period of waiting, but in reality, there's like a ton of stuff happening. I'm constantly working, I'm constantly pushing out new things, trying to better myself, my stream, my the production, everything. So it's been weird. Like um, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm gonna be like one of the people on there. I mean, guys, like let's be real. There's the best shot that I'm gonna have is yeah, I'm not gonna make the edits and I'm not gonna be concise enough and and then they're just not gonna include me. That's the most likely event. That's the most likely event. So it's not like this is we did it. It's more of a we'll just have to see kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is cool. I think it is really. I mean, it is awesome. I love watching those shows, those Jubilee stuff. I do like. I'm very weird. I'll like the stuff I like watching are people that disagree with me. Um, so um, so I will listen to like a lot of debates and stuff of people that I don't agree with. I'm constantly just like because I'm so curious of how and why people believe the things that they believe. So I'm constantly like in that mode of kind of just figuring out what's going on. And yeah, so I'm constantly watching those Jubilee videos. But basically, yeah, I put my hat in the ring for their casting call, and then they basically send you an email lister every time that they have like a new casting call thing that they have. So this is like a TBA. They don't know yet. So yeah. Oh, thank you, anonymously. You're so brave. Thank you for being here. Um, and so thankfully, like because a lot of them are subjects that I'm not really. It's kind of just boring, and no offense, but like, as a scientist, a lot of them aren't really in my expertise level, that kind of thing. So it's hard for me to put my hat in the ring, and I'm not really like interested in it, or it doesn't pertain to me because it's like literally like, you know, there's just a lot of different ways that they have these things. Climate change. So it's like climate change activists versus denier. I think that's like what's going on. Yeah. So that should be interesting. And I basically, thank you, Lisa. Yeah, it's just yeah, anonymous. Yeah, it's just nonsense, bro. I mean, we have so many papers and so many evidence, biological evidence outside of emails, bro. I mean, that's the difference. The difference between like Jeff's files and science is that like as a scientific community, like we actually do our due diligence in looking through all the evidence that is available. You know, the Trump administration is doing everything that they can in order to silence, sequester, and not and obfuscate from people that are trying to understand things fuller. But science is doing the opposite thing. So it can be it can be hard for you to understand that like but science has rigorously gone after and made sure that lab leak like is wrong, and like they kept they keep going through the evidence, they keep reanalyzing it. It's actually been the lab leakers that have made up the opinion, and they just kind of like they only dogmatically believe something, and now that's just what it is. And unfortunately, they have no intention of ever being well informed on the issue. It's all about just going through and trying to reinforce a narrative, which is sad. But hey, that's the world we live in. It's irrefutable. Yeah, emails. You think I love that you think that emails are irrefutable, and yet like DNA and RNA and sequencing data, it has means nothing. I mean, there you go, man. I mean, that's just what it is. So that's your you're not entitled to your own opinion. Your opinion means nothing. Do you think the US can do anything if China or India don't change their impact on climate? Um, Dude, I think China is doing way more than we are. I mean, there was a time that they were installing like coal fire power plants, like constantly, but now they are laying down tens of thousands of miles of high speed rail. They're putting in hundreds of billions of dollars into renewable and sustainable energy. So it's kind of the opposite now, where per capita the United States is still the biggest energy producer in the world too, on top of that. So, the United States is still failing on that. And yeah, I mean, it's just they're leading the world in those technologies. No, it's to lower your standard of living to their levels. No, yeah, again, fundamentally incorrect. Like the renewable and sustainable energy developments that are happening is economic developments. So economic developments is when governments spend money in order to build up infrastructure and better the lives of their citizens. This is an anathema concept for Americans. We don't really see broad general public projects like this that are dramatically scaling things to completely revamp how our society is run. So we saw this, like, I would say the last time would be like the freeways, the Eisenhower administration going in through and just installing freeways everywhere, which is connected the United States. So we've never seen that in our lifetime. So we can't understand it, but China is doing it right now. So it absolutely happens. And it's to better the in quality of life. Like these jobs are higher paying. They are higher attainment. They're going to be around for the next 100 years. Those are the future jobs of America and the world. Um, the video you sent you, where does that come from? That's just conspiracy, crystal mama stuff. It's all wrong. The U.S. does produce more CO2 per capita. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we do. Why are they so gung ho about water holding memory? It's kind of like a crystal mommy, like conspiracy stuff. The winds carry small changes across the world. Yeah, yeah. I mean, If China, I mean, China is already producing the majority of the world's electric vehicles, and because of Trump, basically, we have a lot more countries now just rerouting trade across around the United States. So you have Canada making direct deployment trade deals with Canada, and the only more countries are going to do that. They're already producing the majority of the world's EVs, and that's just what people want. Electric vehicles are per mile. They're more efficient. They require less maintenance. It's just they're better. So people want them, and there's still a reason to have internal combustion engines. I'm not saying that it's going to be 100% electric on everything, but that's just what it is. And also the social credit slavery system linked to is a hellhole. Bro, you literally have the Trump administration coming after you and through Palantir using AI to look through your search terms to come after you. And you have the attorney general of the country using people's private search terms in order to hold it against them in public congressional hearings. Like what are you talking about? Like they're like it's insane. I mean, like that it's so wild to me that Americans like don't see that stuff, and they don't recognize that stuff. But I mean, the social credit system in China is weird. But at the same time, dude, I would rather kind of know what the government has on me. You know what I mean? I'd rather know what my score is rather than just getting blacklisted from everywhere, like what's going to happen now. Um, it's just going to be kind of weird. I don't know. I don't think we ever go back to that. We basically have, instead of like one run from the government, we have one that's like this like fascist interpretation of a government private working in unison to produce this nightmare hellscape that we can never actually you know escape from. All parties are globalist puppet implementing globalist agendas. Yeah, that's just nonsense, and you're anti-Semitic. So it's like you're just this is some anti-Jewish nonsense that is rotted your brain, and you just live in algorithms, man. I'm sorry, but that's just true. That's just what it is. Um, do you have solar on your house? Yes, yeah. The all new additions, all new builds in California have to have solar. Yeah, GMOs do feed the world. I mean, the majority of food in the world that's planted isn't GMO, but the 90% of the food that's planted in the United States is genetically modified, and we sell it everywhere in the world, so it absolutely does. Biden and Obama also did that. No, no, they didn't. So again, if you think that like anything related to what's happening now with Trump happened with Biden and Obama, like you are lost. Like your politics is bad, and you need to reevaluate things and who you listen to, because the entire political landscape has completely changed. So if you can't understand that, then you need to shift your perspective into something that's going to better align with reality, because it's not helping. Like whatever you're listening to is not helping. Yeah, how is that anti-Semitic? Yeah. I mean, if you're thinking about like globalists as in like billionaires and having like global capitalism and that kind of thing, then yeah, absolutely. But uh, the globalists that run the world is just a synonym for Jewish people right now on the internet. So unless you specifically say something different, then you're gonna that's what it's gonna be. So I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Mm. Solar panels are ruining the earth. No, they're not. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, they're not. They are recyclable. Yeah, and they don't clog up. I mean, you basically you're exporting the waste of internal combustion engines and natural gas power plants. You're exporting that waste to the atmosphere. And what you're doing is you're basically pushing and you're dumping that environmental waste into other more vulnerable nations, and you're causing cataclysmic uh, climate problems for them, and you just don't know, and you because you don't care about those other nations, but they absolutely they are noticing and they care. You think inside a framework based on European feudalism. Okay. All right. Whatever. Why do they say GMO is bad for you? Because people don't understand that like all food is genetically modified and it has been for the last 20,000 years. So patriotism does require actions against everyone in the EPS, those files. I agree with you. And why are so many people um, trying to cover up the Jeff files, or trying to even stop the investigation into it? That's what's so crazy to me, is that they're not even like going into these places and actually talking to these people. They're just stopping all investigation, full stop, which is just insane to me. Do you think that the Bernie had his nomination stolen? Um, man, I think that like CO2 is the gas of life. No, no, it's not. It doesn't make any sense. You're not a ecologist and you're a biologist, so you don't understand what you're talking about. Um, like, look, you can like we use oxygen to breathe. It's like okay, but you can have too much of oxygen too. You know what I mean? Like it's that doesn't make any sense. Like you don't understand. Um, so the Bernie nomination thing. So whenever you're going into a short answer is no. I think that like the institution of the Democratic Party did like defensively react to him, but that's going to happen. That is just going to happen, man. Um, like when I ran for Bernie delegate, okay, I ran for it in my district, and I go there, and there is like a bunch of people there. I didn't think that there was going to be like a lot of people like running for this thing, and there was. I go in there, and there's like 100 people there that are all like know each other. They have like booths. They have they're they're working together in order to get votes and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, whoa, what is happening? And the point is that they had organized, and because they had known each other, they had understood like how each other works, so they've created coalitions, they've created friendships with one another. Bernie is an outsider, right? He is coming into the Democratic Party. He caucuses with the Democratic Party, but he doesn't like he's not gummy with the insiders of the DNC. So of course, like any type of revolutionary moment is going to have to take over the institution that it's trying to upthrow. Like, and if you can't do that, then your revolution isn't strong enough, and that is fundamentally an aspect of any type of revolutionary movement. So yes, does the path that Bernie is forging harder than Hillary Clinton? Absolutely, right? Because he has to win the nomination, he has to go up against the institution, he has to achieve a political revolution, he has to get millions of people involved at the state and local level. It is fundamentally completely different and a lot harder, right? But that is the path of a political revolutionary. So you can't cry about like, oh, it's too hard for me. It's like, but it's like, well, that's the path. That is the path that we chose. So that's just what it is. Unfortunately, we, and I say we because I was a volunteer coordinator for the Bernie campaign and both of them, and I love him, and but like we failed to get the votes that we needed. That's just what it is. Like we just failed to get the votes that we needed. You have to get enough votes to make what they're trying to do inoperable. That's just the reality. How do you Who do you think has the clout to prevent an investigation into those files? Trump. I mean, it's all Trump is stopping all that stuff. Yeah. Bernie delegate, that sellout, the dude that says he's a socialist and he owns 3 houses. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't understand what socialism is, so that's just what it is. Bernie was, more popular. There are fake ballots that were found from China and other states. Um, I don't know. I hadn't heard that. I mean, again, like, he wasn't popular enough. Like, he just wasn't. He didn't win the votes. He didn't win enough votes in order to win more delegates than Hillary, and that's just what it is, man. That's just what it is. Andrew Yang. I mean, he's interesting. I think like the idea of UBI is very cool. I like it. I conceptually, I'm actually a fan. But I think in general, just like just $1,000 a month isn't going to do enough for the vast majority of people. Like, for $1,000 a month isn't going to like fundamentally change that much. Like, it's not going to, because it could have a huge detrimental impact for a lot of industries, but I don't think that it would be like, "Oh man, my industry went away, but now at least I got $1,000" kind of thing. The Stockton, California, um, research on the UBI experiments are incredible. You basically get like a 2 to 1 or a 3 to 1. I think it's 3 to 1. 3 to 1 economic driver for universal basic income, because people are taking that money and then spending it directly into the economy, and they're not taking that money and then investing it into the stock market or something like that. They're actually like going to local businesses and spending it directly, so it's a really good thing. Yeah. who do you think the ds who do you think the DNC robbed him? I mean, I think like, just, as a candidate, he didn't have friends within the DNC, and they were less likely to help him and share information with him. So it was a systemic problem. I mean, Trump had the same problem. Trump had no systemic institutional support at all, and he was still able to win. And that's a great example of like, you just have to be bigger than the institution that you're trying to take over and you're trying to revolt against. I mean, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. Um, Biden also just sat on the files. I think like, no, I think that Biden was just trying to be, he was trying to be apolitical about it. He was just trying to let that stuff go away. The course that he would want it to go, like, naturally. I mean, like, Biden didn't push Garland to do a lot of things, right? He didn't push him to investigate Trump. He didn't push him to investigate the files. But I mean, we see you know the attorney general kind of just acting as the personal bulldog, the personal lawyer of the United States president, and we just see that, and now we just think, oh, why didn't Biden do that? In reality, it's illegal for what he's doing, so he shouldn't be allowed to do this, and we should be hold him contempt, and we should be impeaching him over it. Science communication needs to be improved so laymen aren't afraid of it. Yeah, I think like a big problem with science communication is that like people just dumb things down too. I think it's like you want to kind of like lift communication and the education and the baseline up, as opposed to dumbing everything down so it's so boring. I think that's kind of like the big problem that I see right now with a lot of science communication. Don't you think the MAGA revolution took over the Republican Party, whereas the Dems continued to flounder? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Annie. Yeah, but Bernie just wasn't able to take over the Democratic Party. Yeah. Have you yourself lived in other states? No, no, just California. I voted for Hillary, but I like Bernie. But I never understood how he was going to pay for his plan. I mean, a lot of the plans for everything, in terms of like public health care and stuff like that, costs way less than what we pay right now. And it's just the fact of private health insurance companies basically just take 20% off the cost of everything and just increase the rate of everything. They're just middlemen that take a cut. And if you just kind of like remove them and that's just that it just saves a lot of money. That's why no other country really does no other country does the healthcare system like the United States. So yeah. Social media and people's options helped Trump so much he was wise. Okay. Um, too big to rig. I got vaccinated. Now girls think you're really strong and big and you're buff. Cool, man. Actually, men are more sexy now. That's awesome, Bilbo. I'm happy for you. Can you share your thoughts on 5G? I mean, it goes out a lot. It's kind of annoying. I don't know. It doesn't really, it's not like a huge benefit for me. I feel like, I don't know. Dude, I think Biden was the best president of our lifetime, at least since LBJ, uh, possibly since FDR. I mean, the amount that he was able to get done with a divided 50-50 Congress is going to be written in American textbooks, like as history books, as like just an incredible feat. I mean, real big landmark legislation done. That I mean, the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the taking us out of COVID, the COVID relief. It's just there's so many huge bills that were gone. You know, gun regulations. There's just it was unbelievable that they were able to get that much stuff done. And I think now, especially since kind of like the death of our old constitution, and I don't think we're ever going to go back to that constitution, to have like um, a leader like Biden kind of like showing what the old system could actually get done and that you could get big things done really quickly. Uh, I think it's going to be something that people talk about for the rest of our lives. Yeah, 5G is safe. Yeah. I lived in 6 different states. Nice, man. Every state is basically a different country. Wow. Interesting. That's cool. You think Obama was an amazing president? Honestly, I the social the legislative progress that we made under Biden, I would have thought that's what we would have gotten done with Obama's presidency. But in reality, Obama's presidency was just a quagmire and nothing was really like achieved versus Biden's, which I didn't think anything was going to get done. We got a ton of stuff passed, way more than I could ever thought was possible. So I mean, I came in Biden doubter. Like there was no way that I thought that Biden was actually going to get all this stuff done. He was very like um milk toast as a legislator. Didn't think that he was going to be able to really like whip people into like supporting big bold bills. And he did. He did. It was absolutely incredible. I can't believe people fell for Trump's Operation Warp Speed. He's so anti-science. You all took it. What? Dude, he didn't do anything. He just allowed science and the science like stuff that was already happening and the research that you had already paid for. He allowed those technologies to be used and like used quicker. Like that was it. So it was it's an incredible thing. It's an incredible feat that he did. It's one of the best things that he did. I think is the best thing that Trump has done. Best thing that Trump has done. How's it going?
So I just spent
Oh,
a
hi.
good 20. Oh, yeah, this is Miss Cake. Hi. I just spent a good 20 minutes explaining how the decent epidemiologists or anyone in the field does not think that the lab leak thing was real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and that it's just a dang zoonotic virus that just happened to be really virulent,
Just like every other
like
one.
has happened before, just like every other dang one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
And that's what and they kept saying, but what you're saying is there was a lab there that was doing work on viruses. I said, no, there was a lab there that was hoping to detect and develop treatment and vaccines for viruses
Mm-hmm.
to prevent human suffering. They weren't like the one, even the host was saying, I think there's CRISPR technology in COVID. And I'm like, no, we
What?
sequenced the DNA all the way back. There's no damn CRISPR in
No.
there.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
I know. And he was like, no, no, no. I think everybody really accepts the lab leak. And I said, who? Everybody scientists or everybody not scientists? Because everybody scientist doesn't accept that.
Yeah.
Science is pretty dang settled on the fact that it couldn't possibly have been a lab leak. It would be so unlikely.
Yeah, exactly.
That
It's
like how do we have it sequenced down to the exact stalls where the animals were, where
mm-hmm.
we already know this is a viral hotspot because of places like wet markets.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Yeah.
not like, and it's not saying that the Chinese are horrible people to just acknowledge that that's a thing.
Yeah, they did they let the WHO go in there to like get the swabs, or I mean they gave the WHO samples that they had taken from those stalls. They shared the sequence of it. I mean, how they kind of like handled the first physician that kind of like figured it out, and like the human rights, how they figured what they did with their own people, like in regards to lockdowns and stuff like that. I think that's kind of like a separate issue. What they did do is a lot of due diligence to show that, like, hey, we figured out. I mean, one of the big problems was that they basically cleaned it up as soon as they found it, and what posthumously people kind of thought like, oh well, why didn't you let a bunch of organizations go in there? Why didn't you, to take samples, that kind of stuff? And their argument is like, well, we knew that that was a hot spot. Why would we not clean it up as soon as we could if we thought it was like leaking from there, like the wet market. And so they went through and they cleaned all the stalls, they cleaned everything up, and I think that that's fine. I think that that makes complete sense. And they literally did take swabs of the drains, of the stalls, all that kind of stuff. And then they also took blood samples of all the Wuhan Institute of Virology people, so that, I mean, that's the killer. It's the serology tests of the
Right?
blood of the people that work there. So if they had enough
Yeah.
SARS-CoV-2 in their system, that they were spreading it around at such large quantities that, and they were spitting and coughing on these stalls, then they definitely would be, have enough viral load to actually produce antibodies in their system, and they don't. None of them had any system, any they didn't
Right.
have
And that's
anything.
what I right. And so I went on to explain this. And
Hmm.
this is a creator who is generally very he's very liberal.
Hmm.
He likes fact-based stuff. They like evidence-based stuff. Several people on the panel were like that. But the reason I even jumped into the discussion was we were just talking about like why it matters. If you literally don't believe in evolution, then you're going to have a hard time understanding what viruses do.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then you're going to
exactly.
have a hard time. And then you're going to have a hard time believing the scientists who are telling you the truth.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
And
I
it's
mean,
like,
they
and this,
literally evolve. I mean, it's exactly how the fear and cleavage site was created, was basically through evolution.
mhm.
It's called viral recombinations, when you have multiple viruses that invade the same host, and then they
Oh
basically
my
have
God.
they see each
I didn't
other.
even get to, right. And they're like, hey, let's handshake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So they
right.
do these the genome recombination, and as a virus, it behooves them to do that because it's like, hey, we could do some weird like handshake here that allows us to get into a new host, and that's exactly what happened. So it allowed them to, the virus, recombination allowed them to bind to ACE2. It's only a 10% binding efficiency increase. Like that's all it took. I mean, so it's pretty
Mhm.
wild actually. SARS-CoV-2 was actually a pretty easy to manage pandemic virus. Coronaviruses are really easy to manage. We understand how to deal with them. The virulence wasn't like insanely high. 10% binding efficiency. That's all it took, and that's
Right.
here we are.
Right. And I mean, in many ways, measles is probably a worse
Way
virus.
way worse. It's one of the
Yeah.
most contagious virus. I think it is the most contagious virus that we know of. The R naught is like 12 to 15, and the R naught for SARS-CoV-2 is about 1 to 3. And the R naught is the amount of uh, positive cases that you can expect from one positive person in community spread. So it's insanely bad. Measles is really bad. And not so much as like for the initial infection, but the secondary infection. It takes out your immune system by attacking your T cells, your B cells, and then but basically what happens is your throat invades, and the bacteria in your throat invades your lungs. Your
Right.
lungs can normally fight off that infection really easily, and attack those bacteria, but when your T cells and B cells are taken out, then but guess what, you can't fight that, so you get pneumonia and people die from pneumonia. So
Well, Allie White, it's to say open borders versus closed borders is to imply that um like we I mean, yeah, we don't necessarily okay. Yes, we could have listened to the epidemiologists out of Wuhan and the area in advance of getting so many infections in the US, but we didn't. We didn't listen. People didn't take it seriously.
hmm.
They were raising epidemiologists were screaming at the top of their lungs. They were publishing in every damn magazine that they could get publishing in to say, oh my God, this COVID-19 looks like it's going to be really, really, really bad. And you want to know how I know this? Because I lived with the son of a world famous epidemiologist in 2019, and he made sure that we had our protective gear by January of 2020.
Yeah, me too, man. I was reading those because January it started hitting, and I think it was February 1st was the first sequence of SARS-CoV-2, and then everyone was talking about it in the scientific community, and where I started canceling my kids' birthday parties and stuff like super early, like
Mm-hmm.
February, March, and people were like, "What are you talking about? There's not even a confirmed case in the United States." I'm like, we're gonna cancel. Thank you for thank you, but no thank you. People were acting like I was crazy and stuff, and then, you know, it sucks being right sometimes. There's no
Right. And Cindy, you're right. The thing is that we don't quarantine people who come into the country with the sniffles. We don't. Should we? I don't know. Allie, no, no, that wasn't a fraud. Anything that you can do to keep sputum out of your face is good, and anything that you can do to keep sputum from escaping the vicinity of your face is going to help other people. So, yes, even crappy masks helped. They
mhm.
don't help as much, but they still help.
Yeah, nothing's gonna be 100%. I mean, why else do physicians wear masks when they're in the operating room? Are they you're
Yeah.
gonna prevent 100% the infection cases? Like, no, but you're drastically reducing it. And like you have it's like the Swiss cheese kind of idea of defense, where you just have um, multiple ways that things can be stopped. It's not never going to be
Yeah,
100%, but it's good enough a lot of different times.
right. And that was you know, um, but anyway, Greg, this was a very, I just really had a great time, like going over all the things that you've taught us, that I've learned in this process. No, because
Nice.
seriously, I would not have been able to explain as much about the wet markets if I hadn't listened to you and
Oh,
read more about it.
nice. Thank you.
Because, you know, well, and actually, Kenley, there's updated COVID vaccines all the time.
Hmm.
We're updating the COVID vaccine constantly,
Yep.
and flu vaccines,
Yeah. Every
and
year.
every vaccine.
Hmm.
We're always updating vaccines. That's why we developed mRNA, so we can update vaccines.
Yeah. It's more exactly. That's the best thing about it, is that it's an easy um, and quick way to get that sequence done. It can be in the course of like 11 days, you can completely change um an aliquot, like a batch of the sequence, versus like a DNA based thing. You're going like it's taking months, so it's incredible.
And I mean, I think one of the, aside from the outcome of countless people perishing that did not necessarily need to, I mean, I'm going to say that, I mean, we live in a world where there are viruses, and there are going to be human losses, there are going to be livestock losses, there are going to be animal losses. That is the truth. But our hope is to reduce human misery and reduce losses, if for no other reason than your bloodthirsty capitalist farmers in the United States don't want to lose their cattle. And
Yeah.
if you don't think people value human life, at least appreciate that capitalists value their money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Exactly.
that's a thing that I kind of try to emphasize, is like, if you don't think, you know, if you look at the whole world and you think it's all, satanic, child eaters, that's fine. But understand, capitalists still don't want to lose their cattle, uh, livestock. They still don't want to lose all their birds. They still want to be able to clone their polo ponies. Which, did you know that was a thing now? Dudes are cloning their polo horses so they have 7 of the same damn horse for the
Wow.
polo.
Yeah, I'm not surprised
Or
actually.
4. I don't remember how many different horses you use in polo anymore, because I don't date a rich dude who plays polo anymore. I don't remember that stuff.
Anymore. You're like
Yeah. Oh yeah,
that.
no, I did. Believe me, I did.
Nice.
And I gotta tell you, the more I know about all the uber rich dudes, the more I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not anywhere near that anymore. I mean,
There you go.
I like thinking that I was always gonna have nice jewelry
Hmm.
and stuff, but I'm really glad that I'm just not associated with that now.
Let's see.
But isn't that crazy that rich dudes are cloning their polo horses? But
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, honestly. Like people are doing their dogs now. So I'm not, that's not because some of those horses are like millions and millions of dollars. So I mean, that makes sense.
Murphy Millie, how was who raised?
Yeah. What kind of question is that? I was
I mean,
raised, I was
what are we
raised,
talking about?
I was raised to value human life and not to just write someone off. So that's the reason why I care about public health, and I think that it's important and that we should help and vaccinate one another in order to make a safer world for our children to live. That's how I was raised. But hey, that's
You
just me, I
know,
guess.
the suckiest. I think you're right about that too. Stress does kill, and fear can kill.
Mhm.
And but I think Greg and I both have a unique experience of having been raised in the home base of the John Birch Society. And we both turned out liberals. I wonder how that is.
True. There you go.
I mean, because definitely I've had every kind of white Christian national cockapooey
Hmm.
jammed in my ears my whole life, and I still didn't buy it.
I know, right? It's like, yeah, it's so cringe, man. You know why?
And that's what it was.
I've been really trying to like think about this. Like, why are and I think it's because these guys that like espouse this stuff, they're so unimpressive. Like that they're really just like the bottom barrel of society. They have never accomplished anything impressive. They've never done anything difficult. They've never like really persevered and through great odds like accomplished something. It's like they're not community leaders. It's just they are like pushed onto us for some weird odd like reason, and that's what's so frustrating to me about like our media right now. It's just everywhere because back in the day, 25 years ago, people used to joke like, why is Paris Hilton anything? Like, who is Paris Hilton and why do we care about her? But now it's like that times like everyone in politics, everyone in our media and our political commentary sphere, they're just losers, man. They're just absolute losers, and they've never done anything with their lives. At least like George W. Bush, like he had like even him, he had done like been a governor or like he was
You're
even
right.
born with a golden spoon inside of his mouth, and you're like at least he like did something with it. But these guys like nowadays, it's like even the bar is even less. It's even less. I just can't understand it. Yeah, you guys, again, more anti-Semitic
All speak
nonsense. You
for
guys,
me.
left and right are owned by the same. Like I just think that you're
What a
anti-Semitic right now. If you're
what an
you're saying that, I'm
utterly
sorry.
right wing talk. What an utterly right wing talking point of view to give us. ALSD 333.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, unless you're talking specifically about billionaires, like, then you should say billionaires, because if you're just talking about owned by the same people, like, yeah, that's just all you're saying is Israel, and which is insane, and you're wrong and anti-Semitic, and you're a bad person. So, like, that's just that I'm
Well, no,
sorry.
no, no, Craig. Occasionally they're talking about the Catholic Church,
Yeah.
and no, no. Occasionally they're talking about the Vatican. Occasionally they are talking about the Freemasons.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
So it's
Yeah.
not always anti-Semitic. Sometimes they're really angry at the Freemasons. Now, what always kills me is the types that want to be very against the Freemasons. They completely did not catch that it's International Order of Moose, the Moose Lodge, that had the huge scandal with abuse of
Mhm.
young people.
Hmm.
Look it up.
Yeah. Uh,
Now,
Minnie, you're into the 2016. You're in the vintage QAnon algorithm. Like that, that's what's crazy to me is like all those people that were so curious about QAnon and all that kind of stuff. Now it's like they're just nothing to see here, guys. Like nothing to see. Like it's wild to me now that it implicates Trump, and Trump was actually found to be at the center of all this stuff. Now it's like, oh, just yeah, whatever. I mean, well, you win some, you lose some. Never mind.
well, and Bannon
Yeah,
wasn't
yes,
the only.
exactly, Island.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. But they don't care
Bannon
about that.
wasn't the only one behind Q. It wasn't just Bannon.
True, but yeah, I agreed. But my point is like the curiosity is completely dead. It's completely gone. It's funny to me. Just
Oh, Murphy, no, I don't know who's asking you about your religious beliefs.
Murphy,
It
we're not
doesn't really
talking to
matter.
you. We're not. You've said multiple times like me, And we're like, I don't know. I'm sorry. We're not, everything isn't, we're not talking about you. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know if Trump's the whole center of the Epstein files, but he's sure got a big role, we'll say.
Dude,
But it
prove
remains
me
to be
wrong.
seen.
Prove me wrong. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like prove me wrong. Like go ahead. Like if he wasn't at the center of it, then he would like have everything unredacted. He would have released everything, and he would have been interviewing all of these victims, and all their stories would be out. But he's stopping the investigation purposefully. So hello, like give me a break, man. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. You guys are so conspiratorial about everything in the world. You guys like because I'm a scientist on the internet. Somehow I'm working for pharmaceutical companies, and yet the president of the United States stifling and stopping an investigation into a global ring that he is a part of and at the center of. That is just nothing to see here, dude. Like, give me a break, man. Like, give me a
oh my God, you guys, Greg, they're saying in the comments that Trump is the one releasing the files and
yeah.
he was the whistleblower.
There it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Q thing, right? That he was the undercover
Please.
FBI agent going in order to try to save that. That's how they that again, you guys are on like the 2017 QAnon stuff, man. You guys got to update your MPC stuff. It's not, you're on to the next one.
Greg, Dr. Greg, I just have to say, sometimes your comment section really tests the limit of my bladder protection pads because I just put myself laughing so much, so much in here.
I know, MB,
It's just
exactly.
so hard.
I know.
You guys.
I know. I work for Israel, pharmaceutical companies, like everything. Like, I mean, I'm like, what? My PayPal is out there. You know what I mean? Like, please.
Greg, let's start a big pharma company and just call it your mom.
That'd be great. That'd be a good one. Yeah, she get shots all the time. Yeah, exactly, Stoic. Yeah, the Democrats are too nice. That is like the big problem. I feel like so much of it. It's like the like the the Trump files. We forget like the Biden administration wasn't all about the Trump files because it wasn't a big thing. Like it got to be a big thing because of the cover up by Trump. That is why. That how many times did they go over and say we're going to release all this stuff, we're going to go after this, we're going to go after Biden, the Biden crime family, we're going to expose these guys. They're going after it, and then they finally get in there and they say we released them all. Here's the big binder of here's the files, we got them all here, and then there are no files. There's nothing to release. They don't have anything to release because there's no files. And then you have Kash Patel going through and saying, going on the podcast bro circuit, talking about how, oh, there's nothing to see, man. If there's nothing, yeah, we've looked through everything and it doesn't exist. And you're like, what? Like the binder existed, then there wasn't any files, and then Pam Bondi's like, all the files are on my desk and I'm looking through them now. And then they go through, they get they try to stop the legislation from passed to releasing the files, and then then some Republicans who got so much heat for actually going against Trump had to resign from Congress because they went and like agreed that the files should be released. Now they're breaking the law. They don't release all the files. they wrongfully redact everything, and then the day before that they were supposed to put their stuff in, they're going like, oh, actually there's millions and millions of files more than this. Actually, we don't have this is just a drop in the bucket. This is 1% of the files that should be released. So they're breaking the law, And then now, months later, now they release not all the files yet again breaking the law. And then they aren't doing explainers on all of their redactions, which again is breaking the law. Like it is the cover up of the Trump administration by this thing that makes it so bad and complicit. That's the thing. Like, this wasn't such a big deal, and I wasn't so drawn into this conspiracy theory until Trump did everything in his power in order to try to stop it from happening. Now it's like, okay, well, now every leak is more and more of him being at the center of this thing, and now it makes sense why you're covering it up. So let's see it. And Republicans are nowhere. Like, what is happening? It's wild, man.
Now, I want to say, what in Jesse Jackson's internet are some of these people saying today?
Mm-hmm.
And let us do thank Jesse Jackson.
Trump didn't release all the files. He didn't. He hasn't released all the files. They haven't. There's like 3 million files that they need to be released, and they're not in the stuff that's been released. I'm sorry, but they're not. So it's just, again, like, but I thought the Democrats, Trump's whole thing was that it's a Democratic hoax. So wait, so which Trump do you believe? Do you believe Trump now that he's saying that these are all the files, or do you believe Trump when he was saying that it was a Democratic hoax? Which one is it? Wait, which one do you which one is it?
Okay, so if he released the files, how come they didn't get released till just now? Because the last time I checked, it's 2026, not 2020. Mm-hmm. So if Trump was releasing the files in 2020, what happened?
Yeah.
Where are they? Where were they in 2020? Or were they just stuck in the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago with the rest of the
exactly? That sounds so that looks so obvious now. Like, come on, guys. Like, don't you understand that he had boxes of files that he was hiding from people? Like, it's like, it's just, give me a break, man. Like, it's so, like, right in front of you. Like, it's your face is covered in it, and you're like, what's going on? What's up, suckiest man alive? How's it going, man? You guys think, why didn't the Biden release them? Dude, because Biden was the same reason why Biden didn't go after Trump and throw him in jail when he should have, because Biden actually let the Justice Department be an independent branch of the executive branch, and wasn't actually using the Attorney General as a personal lawyer. Like, give me a break, man. Like, isn't it obvious?
Hey, Dr. Greg, how's it going?
What's up, dude? Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. Definitely liking this show. I like the vibes, everything, and I do like the discussions. I am not a fan of any of the political parties and stuff like that. The independent side of thing is kind of where I lean. But of course, there's a lot of different stuff. One of the things that I wanted to kind of share a little bit about is some experiences that I've been able to find, because I worked as an EMS, basically in the EMS world during the COVID kind of thing. One of the things that I witnessed firsthand is that medical malpractice was basically getting covered up by the case of COVID kind of thing. Trump had kind of put out a thing that allowed doctors to basically have immunity. If you go back to 2018 and going even farther back to a John Hopkins thing, they were able to determine that medical malpractice was actually the third leading cause of death in the United States. That was actually, the hospitals are like a service industry. It's actually similar to McDonald's. There's some hospitals I'll never go to just because I know personally from those hospitals, you don't want to go to them because of the way their practice and stuff is. But during that time of COVID, there was a thing in place that allowed doctors to essentially say, hey, I'm going to claim COVID and I treat this patient. If they die, then there's going to be no repercussions for any kind of medical malpractice. It pretty much helped doctors hide some of the things that were actually kind of occurring for different things. Are you aware of the Johns Hopkins study about medical malpractice?
Not medical malpractice, but I've looked into the billing of like the on the respirators and all that kind of stuff, and even the United States government's own Inspector General reports looks into it and says that people were actually under reporting the amount of ventilator use, and that they weren't like just charging like ventilators on it. But I don't think that, I mean, what was the malpractice that they're trying to cover up?
Oh, well, so medical malpractice in the United States is pretty high, actually. It's more than just a small kind of thing. If you ever get a chance, go watch the Good Nurse. It's actually a great film that kind of exposes a little bit of the medical industry. It's odd as somebody who actually was working in the medical industry to see kind of the behind the scenes aspect of things, kind of in an outsider's perspective looking in. Hospitals with HIPAA and other things kind of hide a lot of the problems to prevent lawsuits, because a lot of times what happens when somebody's got a medical malpractice suits, that's partly the reason why things become so expensive for doctors and stuff. But in 2018, medical malpractice was reported as the third leading cause of death, which is pretty high as far as things go. And it can be a variety of things. It can be just incidental things that cause death or whatever. For instance, for case in point, I saw a nurse kill a patient with 40 times the amount of a dose that they were supposed to get. It was obviously a mistake from a human side of things, but that patient died. Because that patient was a COVID patient, the death was listed as COVID versus a negligence of some sort, that kind of thing. So the deaths occurred for this stuff, but I think most people don't quite see the responsibility, because most things just trust the doctors and how the doctors are listing the deaths versus kind of the investigation as to potentially a different cause.
I mean,
generally speaking,
I mean, we're definitely going to have more incidents of malpractice, like accidental malpractice, you know, for during a pandemic, because of it's a pandemic going on. So I mean, you definitely expect that
right,
errors
and that was the justification for Trump signing basically a release from doctors that they wouldn't be able to get sued for medical malpractice. That's not the bigger issue. The malpractice was already occurring before, because the malpractice was actually something that it was a widespread problem in this industry for medical stuff, even before the pandemic. And hospitals were losing essentially money from the side of things because people weren't going to the hospital as much. COVID did drive up the hospital use and things like that. So it wasn't something like the industry already had an issue before it got to the COVID. COVID just was able to kind of cover up some of the things that were happening. But the Johns Hopkins, report that came out and kind of discuss the things for the third leading cause of death, and it was reported quite often in 2018.
So, hi.
Hi.
Can I jump in real
Yeah,
quick
yeah,
and then
yeah.
I'll hop back out?
Yeah. Hi, how's it going?
I'm all right. I think I've actually been sick, and today's my last day of quarantine because I'm wrapping up my second radiation for thyroid cancer, which is what made me want to hop in on this. When the other guest was speaking about medical malpractice, I came to learn myself that there's that the rates of medical malpractice in the U.S. have to be skewed down. And the reason why I say this is because there's a larger systemic problem, or I guess complementary systemic problem within our legal system. Because when I was finally diagnosed with cancer, I had stacks and stacks of proof that Kaiser. There's two tests for medical malpractice. One is that the doctor didn't follow standard of care, and two is that you incurred injury, illness, or loss because of the doctor not following standard of care. I had a doctor who found a lump on my thyroid in May of 2024, and I was going through a ton of issues with Kaiser at the time. Anyway, I just kept getting pushed away and told to eat less and move more, and it ultimately ended up in 2024 they found Cushing's disease. And my doctor just kind of was like, okay, I'm the champion. I've got something wrong with you. And I still knew that there was something else wrong. Like, I knew that wasn't the only answer. And when she found the lump on my thyroid, she blew it off. And she was like, oh, we'll just watch it and we'll biopsy it in a year. And I argued with her and told her, like, I would really rather that we biopsy this now because of my family's cancer history. And my grandmother and my sister had both been going to doctors for years and pushed away. And when they were finally listened to, they found stage 4 cancers in both of them. And I did not want to be the third woman in my family with that. And also I just had this intuition that there was something further. But my doctor refused to biopsy it then. So fast forward to May of 2025, hospital systems and to the VA from Kaiser, and they did another ultrasound. They found now that there was nodules on both sides, and subsequently biopsied it, and it did end up being thyroid cancer that the doctor from Kaiser just let go bananas and continue growing for a year. So it was within the standard of care based on the parameters of the first nodule that the endocrinologist from Kaiser should have ordered a biopsy. And she didn't, because as far as she was concerned, nobody ever has thyroid cancer. It's very rare. Everybody has these benign nodules. What was her reasoning? Despite the fact that mine met the parameters to be biopsied. So now I had nodules that were cancerous in both sides of my thyroid. So there was no option to just do a partial thyroidectomy, which carries far less risk and far less quality of life issues with it than a total thyroidectomy, which is what I was forced into having. Furthermore, there were it had grown to lymph nodes, to surrounding lymph nodes. And I have a new, and I say new because we already knew what my brain looked like from them looking to Cushing's disease. There is a new tumor in the center of my brain, which is one of the places thyroid cancer goes to after lymph nodes, that they can't biopsy without drilling into my brain, which I will not allow them to do, because if it is a metastasis, there's nothing they could do about it. So I'd rather just not know. What's the point of drilling into my brain and then being like, yep, it's a metastasis, and then they can't do anything. That's not how I operate. All this to say, of course, I wanted to go scorched earth and light Kaiser on fire and blow up the whole institution. I went through medical malpractice attorney after medical malpractice attorney. I'm pretty sure that I probably contacted every single one of them in the Northern California region, and not one single one of them would take it. And it was ultimately not because I didn't have the standards of proof, I had the evidence that it was medical malpractice, but because they wouldn't be able to get enough money from Kaiser for it to justify them taking the case, because Kaiser doesn't go to Kaiser goes straight to arbitration, blah blah blah, whatever. But if I had died, it would be a different case. But since I was still alive and I didn't die, they weren't going to take it because they wouldn't be able to get enough money. That really makes me believe that our instances of medical malpractice are far higher than we think they are.
Another case in point, I actually witnessed malpractice a second time, but this was way earlier in life. My ex-wife was in the hospital for something. A nurse used betadine on her, and she's allergic to shellfish. And basically, when she got the injection and punctured into the vein directly, she went into anaphylactic shock. And I actually had a lawsuit against the hospital because of that a long time ago. It does occur, essentially. And the point that I'm trying to make in general is when the doctors were given kind of a free pass during the time of COVID, if you
real quick, I'm going to drop right now. I don't know anything about the COVID side of it. I just wanted to come up and like speak to the, like, I do believe that our instances of medical malpractice are much higher than we believe, but I don't know anything how it applies to COVID. But hi, Dr. G. Bye,
Okay.
Dr. G. Have a
Thank
great day.
Thanks for coming up.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
So the point that I was trying to get to is that medical malpractice was basically being kind of covered by the things that were in place for the CARES Act, which allowed doctors to basically seek immunity for the malpractice that was occurring. The one thing that I want to bring up with the good nurse is that it shows the practices that hospitals have in place to prevent them from having a liability when a nurse is practically killing other people or unaliving other people. It's a great movie for that kind of thing. The other thing, so I want to just clarify, the other thing I wanted to kind of talk about, you do believe that this was a lab-oriented virus, is that correct?
No scientific evidence shows that it came from the lab.
Okay. But you do believe that it came from China, is that correct?
Yeah, from the wet market. Yeah, that's where the DNA evidence shows. Okay.
So when I first was we had the COVID thing going on and everything else like that. The biggest thing that I do as my kind of science mind goes, because I got basically my degree is mostly in logistics. I started to look into how things are basically how things kind of spread. Mm-hmm. The one thing that I noticed is when essentially when there was a closure of airports or airplanes basically coming from China, there was an influx of people that were Chinese coming through the southern border and through also Florida. You can actually track the community spread of the virus and the cases that were basically not linked to any other outside travel. Mystery cases were actually what caught my attention. So when I was going through, you see news articles that say mystery can, spread, or how this was basically, there was no explained reason. People across the border were getting sick with COVID with no explained reason because nobody was in contact with anybody that had traveled outside the United States. I started to pay attention to the actual cases and how those things grew, and I was screenshotting the reported cases and how those kind of go. And it really kind of shows that Florida had a pipeline from Bahamas to the Panhandle area, and they're basically, people were coming through that kind of border kind of stuff. Now, if the pandemic and the virus itself were as bad as everybody kind of thought, we would actually have to follow the same thing that New Zealand did. New Zealand actually did one of the most profound things by closing down, keeping everybody from coming in, all those kind of stuff. Because the border wasn't closed, that was something that actually sparked my interest into why that would be, if that was even the case. Now, I'm a firm believer that stress makes our body worse in general. Fear, stress, things like that, it makes us unable to essentially handle certain viruses. It makes it harder for us to fight those things. When I was dealing with COVID in the Missouri state, which is completely different than California, everybody got sick, but nobody was stressed about it. Most of the nurses that I worked with were never going to get a vaccine because it's honestly just has the same symptoms as the flu and basically kind of moving in that direction. It's the flu symptoms that actually kill a person, because a fever causes your brain to basically overheat. The liquid in your lungs causes you to not have oxygen. So basically this oxygen starvation is kind of the thing. But I have found in my experience that the stress level is what caused a lot of people to have it worse in general. And I just think that the more that we can kind of help people to reduce a little bit of the stress about this, I think it's, not have the fear of this thing. I think that's good. Whether or not it's to have the vaccine that reduces their stress of that kind of nature, or just in general reducing the stress overall, I guess. Maybe that makes sense. But
so okay, so we can. I mean, epidemiology is the study of how the viruses spread in a population, and the gold standard for how we understand and track epidemiology is genetic sequencing. So basically, we can sequence over time the population of SARS-CoV-2 as it came in, and we know that the majority of SARS-CoV-2 that came in through our country was from Europe. So basically, when we did not lock down or quarantine or test any of the people that were coming in as they were flying in, we should have been testing them. We should have been quarantining them, which is the CDC guidelines on what we should do during a pandemic. And the DHS overrode the CDC and didn't allow that to happen. And we know that, as Europe was shutting down, people saw that as their last chance to get home, and they took the flight, and that's where it came from. So that's just what it is. And that's the case that makes sense. If it was from any type of like border movement or something from Central America, you would have the sequencing matching there, but it doesn't. So it's just from Europe, and that's just what it is.
So when you do the actual tracking, again, you're looking at essentially cases that are tied to something that has an airplane involved. You typically have those things. What I was doing during that actual COVID situation was looking at the details of the the mysterious spread kind of thing. There was mysterious spread in Mexico. There was mysterious spread and the kind of ways and stuff that started prior to the United States getting the spread. There was mysterious spread that was in the Bahamas prior to doing that. Now, all the flights that are getting taken, regardless of if it's passing through Europe to get to the Bahamas or from all those kind of things, it's very reasonable that it could have gone through that area in order to get to there. But the thing that I was able to track is destinations where the spread was occurring in different things, and it happened to be a lot of things tied to things like sanctuary cities and that kind of nature. But the border crossings have brought a lot of different things. Somebody talks about the measles. The measles was pretty well wiped out until we started having people bringing things over from other countries, basically coming through the border as well.
No,
it
doesn't make any sense, dude. Again, the sequencing matches Europe, and they didn't reroute people from Europe to the Bahamas. It was direct flights from Europe to here, and we know that they have individual mutations that are unique, so we can look at it. The measles cases so what you're saying is that we didn't have illegal immigration coming over until February 2025. Is that when you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, the influx of
that's
Chinese...
that's when the measles happened. So that's when the first big weekly cases started happening in the United States. So
when you start to go back to the thing when Trump shut down flights coming from China, there was actually a lot of Chinese. So my wife's from, well, our ex-wife is from Hunan.
Okay.
And so for the most part, she was one of those travelers essentially coming from China right at the New Year, essentially. So the Chinese New Year had occurred just prior to the airlines being shut down. When the airlines shut down, there was people that were coming from China to get back to the United States for a lot of different reasons, for school, for different things. They could not get through from airplanes, so they were basically coming through the border. There was an influx of Chinese during the time that the board, basically the crossings and stuff were happening. There was a significant number compared to a normal kind of thing. Usually we get from other countries, but Chinese people were coming through from Bahamas. There was a pipeline from there, and then from the thing. And I know that's hard to capture everything that I kind of have seen. I was able to get some information from the actual Chinese news sources and other things. Bahamas, for instance.
Okay, but then if your evidence was, if that's correct, then they would be having a strain of SARS-CoV-2 that is similar to the one in China, and they'd be carrying those genetic mutations with them.
Okay, so we haven't tested that though, right?
We have. No, we have. Epidemiologists
all the cases from as far as the what I'm saying is like you'd have to test all the cases from the border, from the places in order to verify that.
Yes,
is that correct?
You can test people. Yeah, we have been doing. Been doing population genetics of the entire country since 2020, and you can see that that's just not where a majority of the cases came from. There was the outbreak in Washington state, but basically it was going on community spread a lot of different ways. Yeah, so I mean, there's just, yeah, we have been doing that. Sequencing has been happening.
Well, I will tell you from a lot of the things I've heard and the ways that I've seen from the news from the Chinese governments or other things, and people that basically are reporting from China. There was for instance, Bahamas in general, after the hurricanes, a lot of the Bahamas was actually taken over by Chinese corporations because China basically came in and fixed a lot of the infrastructure that was destroyed during those kind of hurricanes. And there's a lot of population that essentially was moving through there. And the sequencing and things like that, I totally understand completely. I do think that you probably would want to go a little bit farther into depth about the actual cases that were happening down in the border that were like in Arizona, for instance, specifically, where people were getting sick from nothing that would have had any tie to any kind of travel outside. But there's a lot of like stations for nurses and things like that that are near the border that were getting, population passing through for those kind of things.
Yeah, it's an open community spread. Yeah, it's an open community spread at that point. But we can test the genetics of the SARS-CoV-2 mutations, and we can see like what are the majority of the mutations. Like you can see that at the community level. Like this has all been happening for 6 years.
All I'm basically trying to present is that there was crossings at the border that were bringing that community spread.
Yes, but that's not the majority of them. They were happening, sure, but that's not where it is. And it has nothing to do with the measles cases. The measles cases is 97% unvaccinated people in the United States not vaccinating their children. 97% of them are that. So it has nothing to do with
I agree with the measles side of things. I do agree with the measles thing. That's not what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
I do agree with the measles vaccination needing to be kind of handled differently and all that stuff. But what I'm just bringing up the measles because of the every border town and every border agent essentially deals with every kind of sickness essentially that could possibly come through anywhere. And so that's kind of part of that problem that we're trying to stop a spread. If we were trying to stop a spread, we would have to be like New Zealand and closing essentially every border we have in order to stop a spread from occurring, and that's not exactly what happened.
And we didn't do that. We did not lock down. Yeah, exactly. I made that case, and I totally agree. We never locked down as the United States, and that is why we are one of the worst in the entire world in regards to deaths per capita. So we did an awful job at helping one another, and we sacrificed 1.2 million Americans because we weren't willing to look out after one another. There's 300,000 people that died specifically because of Trump's awful action and how he overrode the CDC and what I was talking about before. And then also 300,000 people died from vaccine hesitancy within the United States. So we did atrocious during the
do you
pandemic.
think it's possible that those numbers are skewed because the doctors had the ability to hide their own malpractice just by listing a patient as a COVID?
How did they die?
There's a lot of different things. They're like the guy who was 40 times the dose.
That's not how.
Thing.
That's not the gold standard for how epidemiology works. That's not how it works. Epidemiology works by expected deaths. So these are what we're looking at right here. These maps, basically, each of these places, we can look at the genome of the SARS-CoV-2 mutations. So we can track and see which variant at which time has all the stuff. This is what population genetics are. And we can look at, track these changes. And this tree right here are all individual mutations that we can track and see how it's changed over time. And this is the frequencies of the population of the viruses over time. So that's how sequencing is how we can understand what's happening. What you're talking about is COVID, CDC expected deaths. So this is
no, I'm not. I'm talking about the fact that when Trump signed basically an ability for a doctor to waive the fact that there could be a suing or a lawsuit against the hospital for malpractice. The malpractice was already an issue before.
Okay, exactly.
Everything.
Okay, so if it's already a problem, then guess what? It's going to be this number, this wavy number right here. That is the number of expected deaths that we have in the United States. Okay, so that includes what you're talking about from 2018 to 2022. There is within there the malpractice deaths and all the other types of deaths. This is how many people we expect to die from heart disease, cancer, all that kind of stuff. Now, we had right at 2020 all these people, see all these jettisons coming up. That's people dying higher than the expected rate. And all these, this is a histogram, and these are all people that have died. So that means we had 1.2 million people died. So it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that nobody looks at how many, whether or not someone died from COVID-19 on their death certificate or not. That's not how we tabulate this.
Sure. When you talk to a nurse and you work with nurses in general, they'll tell you that there are quite a few patients that shouldn't be continuing on some of the life support and systems that are actually in place. There are some people that are in this industry that had essentially been the type of doctors that would do kind of like a mercy unaliving kind of thing, because there are so many older people in general that are holding basically no life at all. They're just basically just existing. There was a lot of people that died peacefully during that time because COVID essentially was doing everything for it. It was kind of a way to let people go in some ways. In general, there's a lot to this industry. I hope you actually watch The Good Nurse, because it does really kind of show some of the things that actually happen within the industry by itself. And it's actually kind of intriguing because it shows the hospital side of things versus just the the ideals of what we think are happening inside. We always hope that doctors and nurses and everything else are doing everything in our best interest. But that show will kind of show you it's a lot of money that people are trying to make, and the hospitals are trying to avoid different laws.
Not 1.2 million people. Like that is like maybe weird cases. Maybe like there's definitely people that are in it for the wrong reasons or whatever like that. But 1.2 million people died from COVID-19 in the United States, and it was a systemic problem that we had, and why what frustrates me with this line of questioning is that it's like doesn't get to the root cause of why we actually did so poorly, versus every other industrialized nation. We did like 200th, ranked like 200th in the world for deaths per capita. Why is that? We should be trying to be better, trying to address this cause so that we can, give better care. We can have a better healthcare system because of that. And like the reality is, it's because one, we didn't actually lock down. Like nobody actually patriotically actually locked down, and we just kept, because of work forced them to go, or we just didn't prioritize people's lives. Two, we didn't have like a mass vaccination program. Vaccines were not required for people, so that they just didn't get a vaccine, even though the first vaccine was 94% efficacy. It was one of the best vaccines that's ever been produced, but people didn't get it. So there you go. And three, we had at the top, we had a president of the United States that was an avid conspiracy theorist, and he spent the first 6 months of the pandemic saying that the pandemic didn't exist, that he liked the numbers where they are, and he liked it over there, and he didn't think that it was a problem, and he did everything that he could in order to stymie science and science communicators in order to try to help this scenario, and he caused the deaths of people, 300,000 people directly because of it. So it's like it's a medley of problems, and what we need to do as a country is to understand what actually happened in order to prevent this from happening in the future, and we haven't done that.
Do you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Sure.
Okay, so one of the things that it discusses when you're talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs is that our certain needs have to be met in order other needs to be taken care of as well. One of the things that happens when you're stressed as a person, you're not able to fight disease, or you're not able to you're not able to essentially function the same. You actually get ill from stress. That's kind of something that's kind of a proven thing. When this was occurring, stress in itself was probably the highest it's probably ever been. People were afraid. A lot of things were panicked. The whole fact that people were buying loads of toilet paper instead of buying bidets so that they can get.
But everyone in the world was stressed. Everywhere in the world was stressed, and they're not ranked 200th with us. Like, why is that? Why are these other countries that were also stressed? Why aren't they linked with us?
A lot of the stress comes from news sources.
No, dude.
And the way that we actually get things.
No, it's not. It's not causing 1.2 million people to die, man. I mean, that's not why.
If every single person in a large city is stressed in a way that is unusual in those kind of regards, it can. Stress is a killer, and that's part of the reason why. In a lot of places that disagree, this is why they disagree, because they didn't see the same problems because they were relaxed about the issue. it's a harder thing to kind of, I understand the perspective. I really do, because I really do understand, and I respect the way that your mind is working for different things. The ability to work together is kind of a key thing too, right? Even though there's disagreements with any kind of things, working together is kind of an important part. There's different places within this United States that didn't have a high population of deaths just because it wasn't a concern so much.
Right.
I do agree with a lot of different things.
No, yeah, people that weren't stressed and they didn't get vaccinated died at 10 times the rate. People were 10 times more likely to die when they were unvaccinated and having COVID-19. So it had nothing to do with stress, man. We have a preventable medicine that we can administer people, which is the vaccine. It didn't matter if you were stressed or not. If you're going to get get it, your body needs to be trained on like the virus. That's why why 300,000 people died from vaccine hesitancy. It was before the Omicron. Basically, Omicron came out and it was so infectious that it kind of like it made that kind of like a moot point. But before that, people were dying at 10 times the rate. It was insanely high. And it's like, I mean that's just what happened, man.
How many times were people locked in their house and they lost their jobs?
In the United States, nothing. They weren't locked in their house. They never were. We were never locked in our houses in the United States. And in China, they were locking people in the houses. They were literally bolting like apartment buildings closed. And guess what? China had really low deaths per capita, but I mean, we don't know the exact numbers, but like they lost a lot less people than we did, and that was where it came from. So I'm sure they were pretty stressed about that, but
there is some indication that China was lying about that, but I won't get too far into it. But
we don't know what the numbers are because China isn't open with that. But I don't think that
China is not open with a lot of things. There's a lot of different problems.
In Europe, they did that too. In Europe, they had a lot more mandatory mandatory lockdowns. In the United States, we never had a mandatory lockdown. We had a suggested stay home, and all the GPS data from the cell phones say that people didn't actually lock down. They didn't stay in their homes. It was for about like a month. People had like a slowdown in the amount of travel that they did, but all the GPS data from your phones shows that everyone was basically out and about within a month.
Okay. Well, I understand. I'm glad that at least we can have a cordial conversation in this kind of regards. I will show you some data that I've been able to pull that shows kind of how the border was a producer of the community spread, and how that kind of went, because the biggest concern and problem that I had was seeing what was happening with the border and not being closed at the time if we were concerned about this at all. And then knowing some of the things that I've seen from the nurses and the doctors and how that kind of does things, I highly recommend seeing The Good Nurse. It's a very good movie to kind of explain some of the things that happen with HIPAA and how things are not discussed between the hospitals and some of the actual realities of the healthcare system in the United States. It's a very scary thing to know. There's some hospitals I hope I never go to, because there's some bad hospitals out there quite a bit that cause things to be worse than better in general. But I got to get going.
Okay.
I do appreciate the time.
Yeah, man.
I hope you do have a great night.
Thanks, man. You too.
I agree with about 90% of the things that you're talking about. I hope that you do at least get a little bit of insights into the thing by at least watching The Good Nurse. I think it should help a little bit. I think it will.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Have a good night.
All right.
Have a good one. Bye. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, all of the evidence shows that it came from China, man. That's the in chat. That's all the evidence. Truth. I don't know who you are. Thank you for doing the likes and the follows and the reposts and the heart me's. Could you do the heart me's, guys? Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Ducray. Thank you. Ducray, I got a freaking invite on Jubilee. I might be doing Jubilee coming up. So that might be really cool. So we'll see how that works. The CIA lab in China was funded, by EcoHealth Alliance. Good. I mean, that's a good thing. We want to actually be working with international labs, and we want to actually be coordinating on an international scale. That's actually a good thing. Yeah, because they can use those funds in order to like have good PPE, and that's a good thing. We want that. We want good lab equipment for virology labs. Hi, 5 Minute. How's it going?
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
Give me one moment.
You're home.
No, I always have to fight with the surround sound. I don't know why you men like need it. It's unnecessary. We're not at the movies and we're not at a concert. Like, no. I'm just saying.
There you go.
Anyway, it's good to see you. I'm liking the set. This is.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is I was having problems getting my cameras to work, and the camera guy he's on strike because like he wanted healthcare, and I was like, I'm not paying for your healthcare, and so then they wanted to unionize against me, and I was like, how dare you? So it's crazy. These guys, they want livable wages out here. It's insane. You just I can't deal with it, But yeah, no, my camera wouldn't turn on. I couldn't get it to work. So we're going old school.
Well, old school's working for you.
Thanks.
Do you? Congratulations on the Jubilee.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, we're onto the interview stage, so that's kind of cool. So we'll see.
Yeah, they've invited my mother to do something as well.
Oh, cool.
Creepy. Yeah. Anyway, I came in on. I was just reading Patriotism Requires Vaccines.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
GMOs feed the world, for sure. Trump is anti-science. You damn Skippy. Climate change is real. Definitely. Evolution produced humans. It did, and it's still working, and I am a product of that.
There you go.
So there goes that part. But I get irritated. I get irritated when people start talking about the hospitals and our health care.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the one thing that COVID did that we are suffering from majorly is it gave networks an excuse to implement a faulty hospitalist system and rogue travel nurses. And if any travel nurses are in the chat, like, I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm just saying your system is faulty and like they need to fix it. Because having been in hospitals for almost half a century, Lord, ooh, I sound old. No, but I've experienced hospitals when nurses were still wearing white and couldn't sit down.
Yeah.
And there were three, you got 3 nurses a day as opposed to 2. And I've experienced a true hospitalist system, which is what we traditionally called the night doctor.
Hmm.
And their job was to support, not divide, not be disingenuous, not help the hospital's bottom line over the patient's life. And that's truly what is happening right now. You go into a hospital right now, and I just spent 5 weeks there.
Mm.
Y'all saw me.
I know. I'm happy you're home.
Machine typing. Yes, now I'm home. Thank you, Jesus. But you know, the hospitalist system is set up to divide you from the physician that you see. I mean, regular people, hopefully you go your twice a year visit. But for people like myself, I have sickle cell, right? It's a chronic illness. I see my physician every 6 weeks
Hmm.
if I'm good. If I'm not good, we up that to like 10. But still more than the average person, right?
Yeah.
And I go into the hospital, and it's part of my hospital's network. They bought this hospital.
Hmm.
And I had 4 hospitalists, and each one of them told me that my doctor, who has been caring for me for 26 years, is not qualified to treat me inpatient.
Wow. What?
Yeah, that's insane. Absolutely insane. I had an internist, a hematologist. I have one of the top hematologists in the country, if
Mhm.
not the world. I have this random hematologist, a pain management specialist that knew nothing about sickle cell, and a gastrologist that was just a consult. So like he was cool, except he walked in with his 7, you know, students for what? Like, if I can just say, doctors, when you walk into a patient's hospital room, for all intensive purposes, that's our bedroom for as long as we're there. If
Mhm.
you don't need to have 7 people walk into someone's bedroom and then not allow them to say their names, not allow them to speak, and then not explain why these extra 6 people are staring at you in your pajamas, it's disrespectful and rude. Like, don't
Yeah.
do it.
Sure.
Back to to the real issue though. I had a pain management doctor on my 4th day. So she was the second one I saw. She walked into my room and said to me, "You do not have the education nor the discipline to have access to the medications in your care plan.
Hmm.
And you shouldn't, and until you can prove that you can be trusted, I am not going to follow the plan." And actually, it's upside down. And what she meant by that was that I should be taking PO pain medications first and then move to IV. I was like, bitch, what you think I was doing at home? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Like, what did you, no, seriously though, what did you
Yeah.
think I was doing at home? And to have somebody, to have a doctor be so rude and so incompetent and not have near the education, let alone life experience of the patient is one thing. But then to have that doctor, well, when you talk about malpractice and malfeasance, right? To have that doctor purposefully remove your medications from your care plan
Hmm.
and then replace them with something that you don't take,
Hmm.
that did not believe that I was allergic to blood product. Oh, that's impossible. So we're going to give you a transfusion and see. Just every little thing, testing. Like, I had nothing better to do but walk into a hospital and lie about,
Yeah.
having sickle cell and surviving all of the things that I've survived. And then she came in on the last day, and I kid you not, this broad told me, well, you kept your word and you did only use 4 doses. So I'm not going to change anything because, I've been really hard on you this week. And that's when I snapped on. I snapped on because how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You chose to be a healer. You chose to be a doctor. You chose to drop, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars and 15 years of your adult life minimum, because you have no people skills, be clear, to help people. And then you walked into my room based on nothing but your bias, your racism, and your disease discrimination, lack of education and training, and an ego that you did not deserve to even have, let alone work out it in my presence. And say I was hard on you. I'm in a hospital. I'm here to convalesce. I'm here to rest. I'm here so that I don't have to do anything for myself if I can't or don't want to. That means clean, change bedding, cook, walk even. And you said you were hard on me because you didn't believe that I could have the composure, the education, and quite frankly, the integrity to stand 10 toes down on business when it came to my life and my healthcare. And this is what COVID has done, because our sad excuse for a leader absolutely refused to recognize that we were in the middle of one of the worst health crises since what? The Spanish flu? I mean, really.
And HIV.
Okay.
HIV. But yeah.
HIV. Yeah, okay. Like, because of that, you took a system that was already stretched and you broke it, and you allowed for this mismashing up of doctors and nurses who were out of their field, out of their realm, right, to come in, and kind of just patch over. And in an emergency situation, okay, fine. But this is wartime effort. And I don't think people really understand wartime effort. Wartime effort doesn't mean that we're actually out here fighting other countries. Wartime effort means our country is in a bind, a serious problem on the verge of collapse in some major industry, and other industries have to come together and prop it up so that the country can move on.
Exactly.
That, GM is making tanks for WW2. Like, that's wartime effort.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what we're doing for COVID in our healthcare system. And we end up with these, virtual hospitalist practices have upwards of 200 doctors. They are contracted to not a single hospital, but a network. They come in, They're contracted through the network. Then each individual hospitalist is charging the patient's insurance. They have absolutely no overhead. They don't follow the patients. I've never heard of a doctor that does not follow a patient from hurt to healing to healthy to home and back to hurt. Have you?
That's a good point. Yeah.
And I definitely ain't never heard of a nurse that does not come to work every day determined to not just keep the bar of the standard of care in a hospital at a certain point, but raise it. Because they knew back in the day, at least, that was the hospital they were going to have to come to have their baby. If their father had a heart attack, if there was a car accident, and they wanted to know that you were going to get that care that was needed and necessary. Not something that an administrator just pushed out because, he felt like it that day.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it this way, and it hurts. Like I'm fighting back tears. It hurts to say that after almost 50 years of being in this system, the hospitalist system has brought out egotistical, hubris, cowardice men and mean girls.
Mm-hmm.
And in our travel nurses, it's like, I'm 23 and you're giving me almost $200,000 a year to party. I can't lie. If I was 23, I'd probably be doing it too. Like, oh God, I'm not even gonna I'm not trying to be holier than thou, but 6 years out, or I guess officially we're 3 years out. When did we officially end COVID? I
It's
don't
still
remember.
a pandemic, actually. Same thing with HIV.
Oh.
HIV is still a pandemic as well. Yeah.
It's still a pandemic, but what I mean is in terms of how we're handling it, though.
I think it's like actively managed, I would say 3 years. Yeah, I agree with you.
3 years. Okay. So 3 years out, it's time. It's time to reel this in. It's time to start putting standards of care back in our hospitals and our ERs where they're needed, and to stop trying to divide patients from the doctors that know them and care for them, and putting them in the hands of doctors who have no integrity, but truly just no incentive to do a good job. And whereas I don't know that that's legally malpractice, I would say that it is morally and ethically just disgusting and wrong, and definitely a black mark on the history of our country when we look back at this time.
I totally agree. Thank you, 5 Minute. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for always speaking your mind, and you have such a unique perspective that really highlights so many aspects, and I always appreciate you coming up.
Well, thank you for having me and tolerating my rants at times.
No, you're so important. Genuinely, it's we have to lift up voices like yours, I think.
No, thank you. And you're doing a good job. I like the haircut too. I wanted to tell you that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As a costume designer. Yes.
Okay.
You have a good night.
Thank you, 5 Minute. Have a good night. Bye. All right, guys, we'll get through some of the queue. We'll just do like 5-minute, 10-minute max on it, and we'll just go through. Okay, let's do it. Mother figure, and then Epic, and then Bree, and then Alan, and then Mix. I know. Yeah, Michelle, you're right. Well, those guys, I mean, they're also trying to I also got those guys, those teams. 5 mothers not joining. Mother, then Epic, Bree, Alan, Mix. Doesn't look like mother figure. You're not joining. You're there. Yeah, you just crashed out. We'll put you to the front of the line if you come back. Sorry about that. Just join the queue again, and you can go to the front line. Epic and Deniers. How's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Well, I saw the prompt and figured I'd pop up. I would generally agree. I think that the for-profit medical system that you guys have in the United States is a little rough, and I think it leads to people thinking that they should have more choices than they actually should have. And not a lot of people would agree with me on that. That's a little bit of a direct way to say it, but I just saw a change in the boxes. Sorry. Yeah, not a lot of people would agree with me on that, but I don't think that you should have a choice in whether or not you get the flu vaccine and things of the sort. You're going to put people in danger, and you shouldn't have a choice to not wear your seatbelt in the vehicle. And there are just certain things that you just shouldn't have the right to be an idiot about.
Yeah, I mean that's actually an interesting question, because I had we have an expert panel on Fridays that we do, and he's another scientist, and he lives in Canada, and I'm asking the same question because I'm like, well, you guys have universal healthcare in Canada, but it's like so much more expensive. I mean, in Oregon there was a study, and it was every positive case of measles was about $47,000 in order to treat, and an MMR vaccine is about $100. So like in Canada, like what are they doing? Is that a part of their politics, right? Of like, hey, you guys are like driving up the care of healthcare, that kind of thing.
There's a massive push towards people not being stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I said that kind of a little bluntly, but it's true.
It's true. Yeah,
I mean, I was born in the United States, but I immigrated to Canada. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, I have a little bit of knowledge, mostly on the American healthcare system, but sort of also in the universalist idea. It's like, okay, you pay your taxes and nobody dies, and it's obviously that's a little bit black and white. I mean, yes, we have wait time issues, but at the same time, I think that the reason that there's a lack of education in the States as to health and vaccines and just generally just anything to do with maintaining some kind of medical consistency across the board is because in order for the system in the United States to work, the money has to be tied to people being sick. So let's say it costs more to treat measles than it does for a vaccine to prevent measles, right? Well, they're not going to say this, but in my opinion, I would think that they would want you to be sick so they can make more money.
So
maybe that's
the
just
state
me.
basically like incentivizes and forces these pharmaceutical companies in order to make vaccines because they're not profitable. They're not the high profit margin that that other stuff is, and they in order to do that, they're kind of given a type of like civil immunity so that you can't like give frivolous lawsuits and when they produce them, because in their minds they're like, well, if we're not making profits off of it, then why would we make it? And especially if we're just going to be in court all day long getting like these civil lawsuits that are just, trying to, increase the cost of them by these anti-vaxxers. So that was like passed in 1987. This vaccine, basically this created this vaccine board that kind of like makes them, it makes them
Right,
have
but
to produce them. And then also it protects them a little bit from spurious lawsuits.
what do you think about this though? The
Mhm.
idea is, you just said that creating a vaccine and distributing that vaccine is not profitable for, say, Johnson and Johnson, right? But what is profitable is chemo treatments. What is profitable is anything to do with long-term, non-curable, treatable condition. Okay, so like Crohn's disease, or say, for instance, the long COVID. I'm sure that's probably something that is profitable for health insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies. And so, again, I'm not entirely educated in that field, so I can't really comment on it like I'm a doctor or somebody in that field. But I would think that the system that it is set up in the United States profits off of people being sick. That's the only, like, it profits off of people being sick.
So I'm not a
It has
physician,
to.
but from basically, I think like the bills have to be paid by living people, right? So the it's not like um they have to be at least good, like that they have to be good on their treatment so that the person lives at the end of it. And the technology breakthroughs that are like curing cancer, gene therapies that are being produced and
Okay.
stuff are actually produced outside of the pharmaceutical companies. So they're actually produced kind of like at the university level. So that's like where
Okay.
like Harvard and Broad Institute and David R. Liu, which is like someone I talk about a lot. Like, I think he's the best scientist in the world, but he's doing a lot in order to make these next generation medicines. And so like the innovation, you're right in the fact that like as a for-profit company, these pharmaceutical companies aren't going to be investing billions of dollars into something that's like early stage, right, where it's like the bedrock research. And like the GLP-1 agonists are a great example of this. So the metabolism studies in the 1995 Gila monster research that was done, that's actually where they came from. They were studying Gila monsters and their metabolism, and they found this GLP-1 mechanism and through the university system. And then now, how many years later, 30 years, we have Ozempic that people have. So it's a huge step. The Pfizer or Eli Lilly isn't putting that money in that early stage, but now once it's actually that mechanism has been discovered, now they're kind of licensing the technology, or they're buying it, or they're adding something to it, which is what tirzepatide is, which is a dual action. Retatrutide's like a triple
Right.
action, that kind of stuff. And they're trying to like innovate it in that way. So that's where like the pharmaceutical companies like come in, and they're not really like, they're making things at scale at a good quality, right? And that we have to make sure that they're doing that with the FDA, but they're not
Right.
like going out and fixing all the problems de novo by themselves.
No. I get what you're getting at. It's just when I don't like the structure of the United States healthcare system. I don't
Agreed.
like the commoditization of people's health. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that it leads to, and this is just my opinions, right? It's 1:30 in the morning, so forgive me. But in my opinion, it leads to pharmaceutical companies and health insurance companies providing treatments rather than cures.
I think that healthcare insurance companies are middlemen that provide no value.
Yeah.
Because they basically, if Blue Cross went, if it went done right, like
Mhm.
the government would bail out the claims that are being processed by that health insurance company, right? Like they would be saved. They would be bailed out by because there's no way that we could have a system where it's like this. Well, you're the one that pays for it. The health insurance company is paying for it. So if we are at the end of the day, it's kind of like how the banks got bailed out in 2008. Like if we at the end of the day are the ones that are funding these healthcare insurance companies, and then on top of that they're getting the money from who? Well, it's us. The treasury is the one that creates the the money in the United States. So it's like, well, wait a second. So they're getting the money from the government when the government creates the treasury, and treasury is this independent thing, and then that's getting it to the insurance company, and the insurance company is going it to me. It's like, wait a second. Why can't
It's much more complicated than it needs to be.
But why can't I just go to the government and get out this middleman, and then everything we can just get paid, pay for these treatments, and then have the discussion, which is how in universal healthcare societies, how we have these discussions is like, okay, so like when does end of life care? When should that actually end? Like what should we provide?
Right.
Like what can people who have means in order to pay for something like more than that? Is that okay? But like as long as people are, I think every single life is worth the same, whether or not you're a homeless person or you're a billionaire. Your life is worth the same, and we should treat it that way. And people should all have the dignity of care in order to like live a life that isn't hindered by access to medical care. I want everyone to get the same medical care that my mother would have gotten. So
Right.
I think that we have to all like come together on that, I think.
Right. I live in the Northwest Territories, so I have access to the territorial health plan up here, and then I supplement that through a private insurance, Alberta Blue Cross. Sorry, I can't speak. And then I think that's a less complicated way of managing things. So what? My taxes went up on average about 2 and 3%. I pay 2 to 3% more in taxes, and if I break my leg, I won't lose my house. But at the same time, with that comes significant wait times, and the lack of quality that somebody who's really, really rich in the U.S. might get. And so I think that if you're in the U.S. and you're rich, right, or you are well-to-do, or you are extremely wealthy, you're going to get the best medical care on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is what happens to the middle class people, what happens to even the upper middle class people or the lower class people. And I just think that in fact, I know from experiencing it myself, the disparity of care is shocking in the U.S.
Yeah.
Access to care is shocking. You had asked earlier, I know that I don't want to take too much time,
Okay.
but you had asked earlier about the way Canada approaches like vaccines and different things along those lines. I was speaking with an acquaintance of mine who has recently moved to Ontario, and they vaguely informed me that there was some licensure issues with their pathway of work because they refused to get vaccinated for the C-19 situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't particularly care for limiting people's options. I know I said earlier you shouldn't have the right to be stupid, but it's like, okay, well, if it's an experimental vaccination, I sort of get why people would be a little standoffish, right? And I don't think that what you choose to do with your body should destroy your entire career. So it's a balancing act. It's like I sort of get the idea that everybody should get the measles vaccine, and you shouldn't, like, in a sense, be able to be that stupid. But if we take away the option, then where do we draw the line?
I think so. I'm an anti-authoritarian. I don't think that we shouldn't be like strapping people down and plugging them full of like vaccines against their will, right? Like that, but we have to have like a social friction that makes it mandatory. So, and I feel like the A good way of doing it, like Australia does this, is that you basically you get tied your credit, your child care credit every year gets tied to whether or not you vaccinate your kids. So you vaccinate your kids, you get an $8,000 tax credit. And I think that's a great idea. And the United States has a child care tax credit, tax credit too. And so I would do the same thing. If you're not vaccinating your kids, you're losing out on $8,000 a year. If you want to pay
passive incentivization.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to pay $8,000 a year in order to not have your kid vaccinated, then okay. But the vast 99.9% of people aren't going to do that. They're going to take that money and maybe and if we had a problem and we were losing herd immunity because of that, then you make it more money. You know what I mean? Because again, as long as it's less than the cost of the economic damage of 15 rampant diseases in our society, it's crazy. I mean, the vaccines are an 11-to-1 economic driver. So for every dollar spent by the government, you have $11 produced in the economy because of vaccines. Because not only are you preventing people from going to seek medical care, you're allowing things to happen like 100,000 person concert. That would never happen if people were scared of like dying from communicable diseases that were going rampant. You wouldn't be able to live free in a society that you were constantly afraid of, like outbreaks happening every month. I mean, think of how much our life has changed because of one virus, SARS-CoV-2. Now imagine that if the 15 that we prevent in vaccinations, if those are running rampant at the same time. I mean, it's unfathomable.
Oh yeah, it'd be catastrophic.
It's unfathomable.
It would be catastrophic. I think that what you proposed is a great idea. Some sort of passive incentivization to make sure that people understand the importance of doing these things without actually forcing their hand, in a sense, but indirectly pushing them towards that and saying, hey, wear your seatbelt, make sure that you're protecting others. Let me ask you this. I know that generally speaking, herd immunity is what we want to get to with any disease, right? Mm-hmm. But not everybody has to be vaccinated in order to do those things. And so essentially, do you know anything about how much or what the optimal ratio of vaccinated to unvaccinated we need to reach before we sort of get to that herd immunity goal?
For measles, it's 95% vaccinated.
Okay.
So that's basically because measles is the most infectious disease that we know of. The R naught, which is one positive case, and we can expect 12 to 15 positive cases from a community spread from that, which is incredibly high. The SARS-CoV-2 R naughts were between 1 and 3. So it's insanely high for measles, and it has cascading impacts, measles, because it basically attacks your T cells and B cells. It causes this thing called immune amnesia, and basically you are more susceptible to flus and even like an invasion of the bacteria in your throat. Like you can't clear that bacteria and you get pneumonia from it and people die from it. So that's why like measles like is kind of like what like people talk about, and the 95% is what it is.
Interesting. Well, anyways, that's really all I wanted to throw out there. I really think that before we get to the vaccination issue, we just need to figure a way to actually teach people what health really means. And that goes down all the way to what we're teaching them in grade school, in grade 6 and grade 7 and grade 8 and grade 9, blah, blah, blah.
I honestly, I disagree. I think it is good. Obviously, education is really good, but I actually don't think that education is how we get out of this. It's the algorithms that are corrupting people's brains, and you could have all the education you would want about microbiology, immunology, but if you have a algorithm that is pushing you 1,000 cases a day or 1,000 headlines a day saying that, this stuff is deadly for whatever reason, or feeding you false, information, the vast majority of people are just going to believe the algorithms, because people's algorithms is what they believe, that shapes their reality more than what they can actually see and hear in their actual world. And in a way, these algorithms are actually stealing people's free will from them, and that they're not able to actually understand reality from it.
Right, right. Well, they're very toxic, and the companies that do these algorithms, push these things, or allow for these things to be pushed, they know that they're breaking into the human psyche. They know
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
insane.
And
But anyways, we
they
can get
know-
into that later.
They know, like, and they know, and the algorithms push people into like, oh, you're vaccine curious, vaccine hesitant. Now you're going to be getting a bunch of other conspiracies too. So, I mean, something that we do like here is like, talking to an anti-vaxxer, it is never that they just are, oh, I'm actually not anti-vax. It's just this vax kind of thing. It's vaccines, it's flat earth, it's lab leak. There's a ton of different stuff that people believe in conspiracies. They're all coordinated now, man. And it's very, 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 very rare that you actually ever have one person that's just is like, oh, I just want to learn more about like what actually is inside of vaccines. It's like, no, they're being sculpted, they're being pruned, and it's nefarious.
No, most definitely, and I think it's toxic. Frankly, I think that what a lot of these algorithms, like you mentioned, what they're doing, and these companies need to be held criminally responsible, especially for what they're doing they're doing to children. Because what they do is they get these kids and young adults addicted to these algorithms and addicted to these apps through these algorithms, and they have a lifelong customer. Exactly. And even TikTok is guilty of this.
Oh yeah.
But the reality, I mean, you can't get away from it. It's like it's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. So
someone asked me like, what would I do? I think that the thing is like I think you have to ban children from these apps, which is going to be, you guys are going to hate me from this, but I do think like some type of age verification should be required on these apps, like what Discord's doing, where you have to like scan your ID or something like that. I think that you should have to do that with all these social media algorithm apps in order to stop children from actually going to them. We have to have like some type of age verification with face verification. I really do think that I'd rather the civil rights and for the problem with that versus like what's happening right now. And I think that you have to have some way of like posthumously like looking at someone's algorithm. Like if something crazy happens and they go do something awful at a school or a synagogue or something like that, we should be able to look at your algorithm and see like what were the last 1,000 things that the algorithm pushed you. And if it's a bunch of conspiracies against Jewish people and you go and do awful things at a synagogue, then it's like, well, now the algorithm, it should be the company that pushed that algorithm should be charged. Like it should absolutely be held in regards to that. We have to have mechanisms that the social media companies can be held responsible for.
Yeah. But one of the things, I mean, and specifically about the medical situation, and something I really, ever since moving to Canada, I've realized I don't particularly care for how many Americans think that, okay, there's a difference between being patriotic and being condescending.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people in America who think that they live in the greatest country on the planet, and that's fine. But as a result of that, they think that everyone else is inferior to them, indirectly and or directly. Some of them have said it, and so I struggle with that. I recognize that America has the strongest economy in the world. As a result, a lot of research, a lot of medical research. and some really, really strong institutions, and probably one of the most developed medical systems in the world. But that doesn't mean that the way other people do it is bad. And I think that toxicity and that system, that system thinking breeds people to think in the United States that they're smarter than they are, and that they don't need to trust other people, because they're like, oh, we live in the greatest place on the planet. We're the best. We're the smartest. And therefore, because we're the best and we're the smartest, I don't need to listen to you, even if you're just telling me to wear my seatbelt.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Or am I
100%,
off my
man.
rocker
Yeah.
on that one?
I think you have to, like, patriotism is being self-critical and like realizing what you're like strong and weak in. And I think like there's like toxic patriotism, obviously, but like I feel like I'm contributing to something that's like larger than myself, as a scientist. Like, I'm contributing to, hopefully, like a worldwide effort in order to better understand the world and solve problems. And I think that part of that is how we as a country are facilitating that too. So it's like, and I think that people on the left like run from patriotism a lot. And in reality, I wish that people on the left were more willing to say, like, no, this is my critique of the United States and wanting to make it better. That is patriotic, and that's that I'm critical of it because I care, and being care, like that is a form of patriotism. So I think we have to take it back.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I am an American citizen, but I don't live there, so it's not really my gig to be involved in that. But at the same time, I just, I sort of, that's my comment on that.
Sure. Thank you.
So,
man.
yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming up, man. Had a good talk.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's do Emmeline and then Michelle. Hi, how's it going? Hello? Hello, Emmeline, you're there. How's it going? Emmeline Dennis?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah. Hi, did you accidentally tap it?
I must have. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. Have a good night. All right. Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hi, Dr. Greg. Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. I just wanted to add something. I thought you might appreciate this. The health center that we worked at, we had a pediatrics ward. We did a whole health set, and we also had WIC. We did the women's, infants, and children, and we delivered the babies and all. So we got the babies young, and they would go to pediatrics after they were born, and to get their WIC, they had to go downstairs to pediatrics and get their immunizations, and then come back upstairs and get their WIC vouchers.
Nice.
We had 98%. The kids were 98% vaccinated. That was our rate. Yeah. So I just wanted to share that whole thing with you.
What's the number one place? I just learned this 2 days ago. The number one state in the country. For vaccinations, it was like 99.4%. Alabama.
Wow.
You know why?
That's shocking.
Why? How based is this? I say this, people were like, you can't do this. That's not fair. They don't, because up until 2024, Alabama didn't allow personal or religious exemptions. They didn't allow it. It was mandatory. And it was mandatory. You had to get them. How amazing is that?
My mother in New Jersey is in a nursing home. She's been sick for 25 years, right? So COVID comes, and it is run by very Orthodox Jewish owners. And a lot of the staff is Orthodox Jewish. And do you know the nurses and they didn't get vaccinated in nursing home in New Jersey, but
that's awful.
They had very little deaths there because they isolated and they treated well and they had the PPE.
There you go. Interesting. I think
But
that's
my
a-
mother's vaccinated for
Yeah.
sure. You know, they do vaccinate the patients if that's what you want. But the staff is not very vaccinated. And I was in shock because it's healthcare. I really thought they had to, but they didn't.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I definitely think that people should be like vaccinated, mandatory for working in healthcare. And I do think my wife hates this, and the healthcare workers in chat, I love you, but I think that everyone should be mandatory masking at all healthcare facilities, just because people are coming in there sick, and like it's like safer for me, and I feel bad for them. They're getting exposed to all the sickness all the time too, and I'm like in there, and I'm masked, and this person's unmasked, and I'm like, I realize it's your choice, but like at the same time, like that is like a crazy, you know, thing to be exposed to at work. Like working, like, exposing your own health. Like I don't feel like it's fair to them. So.
And then you bring it home to your family and your kids.
Exactly.
And grandma, and that was the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The elderly and the babies. They didn't know that early on, but that's what ended up happening.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you, man.
You're welcome. Okay, you too. Bye.
I am from Southern California. I grew up in San Clemente, and I live in San Diego. So if evolution produced humans, why elites worship devil? They don't. They don't. There's no cosmic game of good and evil, and that doesn't exist. It's just bad people doing bad things, and the president of the United States stopping them from being held accountable. That's what's going on. Oh no, stars! Really? I was just updating the measles case. Oh man, the measles cases, guys. That is not one. It's not joke. Not a joke, man. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. Dude, South Carolina. Man, we've been caught following South Carolina since it was 10, and it's at 616. Utah's at 96 right now for the CDC website. I wonder where stars were you getting yours? Utah is 88% vaccinated. Not good. It's bad, guys. It's really bad. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to be so unvaccinated. Everything in blue, or that teal is vaccinated, and then everything in dark brown is less than 90. Idaho is 78. Oh my! What in the world? 78? What are you guys doing? Look at it. Look at this. Alabama 95, Mississippi 97. Dang it! And you're right, Island. Yeah, they're doing. They're obviously extending that personal exemptions everywhere. That's what some of the things that we're trying to fight. But yeah, up until 2024, that's what they did. Man, even Alaska's 81%. Wow, Hawaii 89. I would have thought that would be way higher. New York 97. California 96. That's not satire, dude. Yeah. Patriotism requires vaccines. Yeah. Someone said like my definition of patriotism was nationalism. I didn't think so. Patriotism is the generally positive emotional attachment, love, and devotion to one's country and its people. In contrast, nationalism is an often negative ideology asserting one nation's superiority over others, promoting its interests exclusively. Patriotism fosters unity and civic duty, while nationalism can foster conflict and exclusionary attitudes. So I felt like my definition was right on for patriotism. So I'm 100% serious, bro. If you're not vaccinated, you're selfish, and you can't be a patriot if you're selfish. So, yeah, that's just what it is. Next problem. That's pretty easy. That's a pretty easy one. Next one. I got 2 code effects. Oh, dude, I guys, the marquee thing, the program that I use in order to bring it up is not like coming up. I don't know where it is. I can't like find the window. I have to like redo the whole thing. I'm like super bummed about it. Why do you fight so hard to be liberal when none of anything is liberal believes makes sense? Brother, I don't think that you make sense, but you're welcome to be here. Thanks for being here, man. How is Nevada? Nevada is 91%. Who gets affected by non-vaccinations? More likely than non-vaccinated? No, I mean, everyone does. Like when we hurt public health, we hurt everyone. So no, everyone is hurt by people not getting vaccinated. That can be. Defend my position. Why is climate change real versus natural? Yeah, because humans are having a detrimental impact on nature, and we are causing the change and deterioration of our climate. So it's human caused, 100%. Yeah, 91% vaccinated, Ducre. Yeah, you need 95 for herd immunity. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I'll look at it later. Have I ever been? No. And surprisingly, I wouldn't go either, or bring my kids. Can you imagine bringing your kids there and having lunch there, knowing what happened like years later? Wouldn't that be wild? Oh, that's just wild to me. That's not what I meant. Who more likely to get ill? Yeah, I mean, so like everyone gets ill. That's the problem, dude, is that you're thinking really narrowly and you're not understanding that like I might be vaccinated now, but in the future I might get have cancer, and I might have to take something that suppresses my immune system, and then now you've destroyed public health, and now I can't be safe and liberated and free in my country because you're not vaccinated. So even though I'm vaccinated now, doesn't mean that in the future my immune system might not be like compromised, or people that are born with compromised immune systems. So that's not fair to them either. Do you think China is an enemy to America? No. I think that like they steal our IP, that they like are adversarial, but at the same time, I don't think that like that's an enemy. They're trying to like understand, and they're trying to do their own technology. I think that if we worked more closely with China, they would be less likely to do that kind of stuff. I think China should help us battle with whatever Trump's doing. I would love like reciprocal Chinese tariffs against to battle what Trump's doing. So Only the Chinese can save us. Yeah. Yeah, I think that like I think that we should I don't even see them. I see that there's just another player on the team, but I don't see them as competition necessarily. Like I think that it's better to like work with a nation that's on the rise like that versus like seeing them as competition. I mean, but if like we need to like see them as competition in order to get our own act together, that's I mean, that'd be amazing. I mean, if what it takes like in order for the United States to unite finally and like get vaccinated and stop like like going around and around on like the worst, most trivial, pedantic political questions, if we could all unite off of like a common fear of like China being better than us in the future, I'll take it. I would take it, but I don't think that that's real. I don't think that it's actually kind of like an actual threat to U.S. sovereignty. Yeah, guess what? Who makes profit? Yeah, Trump makes profit off of you being ill too, man. He's making billions of dollars off of you guys pushing those conspiracies. So, yeah, there you go. Do you think groups in China are enemies to the U.S., like groups that would purposely spread COVID? No, no, absolutely not. No, China is like did everything that they could in order to try to stop the spread and try to give the information. Once they knew that it was legitimate, they tried to give information to us. You are looking at them as competition to push your beliefs, but I agree. No, personally, no. Personally, I don't see them as competition. But if the United States, like as you know, similar to like the Cold War with Russia, how that spurred a lot of like investment into technology and research in the United States. If that needs to happen again, I feel like we could have like some type of I mean, basically, I'd rather have a Cold War with China rather than a Cold War with the Republican states. And that's what's happening right now. So, like, right now, we basically have a Cold War between Democratic cities and a Republican federalist overreaching government that is trying to push us further and further down and trying to hurt the United States in our own economic development. So yes, I would love for the Republican Party to stop trying to kneecap the economic drivers of the United States, which are democratic cities. So yeah, so whatever that is, I'll do whatever that is. I think Trump is the problem. So and you asked me the question, so that's why I said that. China is way far. China that it just did it. That is the answer. China is so far ahead of us that we are so long in the rearview mirror that the idea of us actually competing at this point is laughable. So, but if we need as a country to see ourselves as a player still in the game, like then we need to like whatever game state we need to be in, then we need to do that. But right now we are not doing that thing. There was just one doctor who spilt the beans. So if we do, we destroy it. I don't know what you're referring to. Sorry. Yeah, Island. I think that like they are like China's not looking at us; they're looking past us. Like guys, like they're laughing at us. Like while we are like are arguing about vaccines, we have like like China is building hundreds of billions of dollars worth of renewable and sustainable energy all throughout their country, while we are arguing whether or not we should have a federal invasion into our democratic cities that hinders our economic development. They are producing 51% of the world's electric vehicles now, while we have a president that is at the center of a global ring. We have China is installing tens of thousands of high-speed rail, and we have zero. like we are so far behind. Like it is laughable. They are laughing at us, and we are it's just a joke. There are thousands of doctors spilling the beans. No, but we have science, dude. You don't need to like these truth sayers and stuff. That's not how it works, you know? I am biased. I am anti-Republican in the fact that Republicans are absolutely, guys, like the Republican part. Trump is literally coming for my I got laid off because of Trump. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, I am biased. Like, Trump is systematically trying to destroy scientific research and development in this country. So yeah, I'm going to be very biased against him. Like this reminds me of like the coal miners in Obama, Obama's time, when like he was like saying and trying to shut down coal-fired power plants. And you had like all these Republicans talking about the plight of the coal farmer. And you have like all these like, oh, just think about all these amazing coal jobs that we're losing out on. But guess what? When scientists are systematically losing our jobs, when we are like being laid off in record numbers, guess what? Not a single Republican gives a shit about scientists, Americans that are losing their jobs. Like, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Like the Republican Party doesn't care when Americans lose our jobs, our high paying, our jobs that are created in order to have us be a player in the 21st century. Like where is like a single Republican that talks about this? And guess what? I don't know a single MAGA scientist. Not a single one. Not a single MAGA scientist. They don't exist. And because nobody would be MAGA when MAGA is trying to destroy their career. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like why would you? They don't exist. No, it doesn't. Just like how you're not a biologist if you don't accept evolution, or you're not a credentialed medical doctor if you don't accept vaccine science. Like, you're not a scientist if you like are MAGA. It just doesn't exist. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry, but like it's just. When you're being systematically attacked and destroyed by a party, then yeah, you're going to recoil and you're going to say, I'm against this. I'm sorry. You are part of the problem. Exactly. See, this is why I say I say things and people are like, no way. And then you just look at chat and it's like, there it is. You are part of the problem. See, that guy is rejoicing at the fact of Americans losing their lives, losing their jobs, right? I am an American. My family has been here for hundreds of years. I have 4 kids. My wife is an American. We're not immigrants. Immigrants are amazing. I have nothing against them, but I'm just saying, we're not immigrants. I have 4 kids. I've lived here my entire life. Like, and yet these same people that are sitting there saying that I'm part of the problem, right? Who are they looking up to? They're looking up to people like Elon Musk. Elon Musk on just the Christmas morning, Elon Musk is texting Jeffrey, trying to get into the most salacious, gross party that he could possibly get into at 6:30 in the morning. Think about that. Think about how diabolical you have to be in order to have it be at Christmas morning. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm watching my kids watching my kids open up the presents that I just wrapped for them after staying up until 3 a.m. assembling doll houses. But to this guy in chat, to this MAGA in chat, I'm the problem. But Elon Musk isn't. Think of how warped and sick you have to be in order to think about that. Think about that. There's something wrong with your politics if I am your enemy and Elon Musk on Christmas morning is trying to get into Jeffrey's parties. That isn't, if you think that that's okay and I'm the one and you're celebrating when I get my job laid off, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with your politics. There's something wrong with what's going on in your algorithm. You gotta break free. Yeah, seriously. There's something's not right. Yeah, I don't think that both sides are evil. Again, yeah, that is not. I'm sorry, that doesn't work.
Hi, bro. From Syria, need help. Please, 5 minutes, my brother.
The guy comes up all the time, man. It's so funny. No, it doesn't happen on both ends. Again, you're trying to be an enlightened centrist, but you're not. The saying both sides right now is genuinely thought terminating, and you shouldn't listen to anyone who says that both sides are the same and that they're it just doesn't make any sense. No. The Democrats are not systematically trying to stop the investigation into the global ring. That's not what's happening. I'm sorry. Of course that's not happening. They're not. I'm sorry, but again, your politics is broken. If you genuinely think that the Democrats are just as bad, then I'm sorry, but your politics is broken. I'm sorry. You're trying to be an enlightened centrist and you're not, and it's just sad. It's sad when Hassan does it. It's sad when an enlightened centrist tries to do it. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It's not right. Yeah, I'm a left libertarian, yeah. I'm on the bottom left of the political compass, basically. So I'm leftist economically, but libertarian. I'm anti-authoritarian. I don't think that the vanguard party of Marxism will actually usher in I don't think that the vanguard party would ever actually give over power in the revolution, and I don't see them doing so I see them keeping power, and if democracy is so good at work, then why wouldn't democracy work instead of the vanguard party that has like dictatorial powers to dolly out capital. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, dude, the thing is, DeWolf, like, I think that like people are cringe, like for sure, you know, but at the same time, like I have never actually met like a Hassan fan ever out in organizing. You know what I mean? I don't think that like Hassan and those type of people are really popular online, but they just exist online, and I've never met any of them politically organizing before, ever. So it's just like it's just completely, they're not. It's so I think that what they say a lot of times is that they're cringe, but let people be cringe. Let people be cringe. Who cares? You know, like I disagree with Hassan on a lot of things, but I think it's fundamentally completely different than what's happening with Trump and the fascist takeover that he is happening. It's just completely different. Blinkers or binders. Some people will do anything for money. That's it. It's simple. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, the billionaires will absolutely torch the entire world in order to get more money. It's a gluttony, not greed. So it's more than just greed. It's gluttony, and so I think that like, I mean, billionaires are the problem. They are taking. I mean, to think that like to think Elon Musk has $800 billion on $800 billion. I mean, that is astronomical. Like, what are we doing? Have you guys seen his net worth recently? It's just it's insane. It doesn't make any sense. And billionaires are fundamentally not paying taxes. Like, this is something that I genuinely like. They have access to financial tools that you do not have. They can basically take unrealized gains and then take loans off of that. And so that they can daisy chain their net worths into like a succession of these high leveraged loans. And like Elon Musk is the #1 defense contractor. So he is never going to be able to go bankrupt. We would absolutely bail out Elon Musk if he ever went bankrupt. So like the idea that we should just be giving this guy $800 billion is unfathomable. Every billionaire mega yacht should be a coral reef. Every single one. It's what's crazy. You know what's funny is like I was looking at like billionaire home prices because I was like, it's weird. Like the average home price has gone up like 10x, but their net worth has gone up way more than 10x in my lifetime. So like, where is that money coming from? Where is that money going? Right. And it's not going into like mansions, like the homes, like, you know, the mansions of like the top most expensive places in Hollywood or whatever aren't like $200 million, $300 million, right? It's like they are But you know what is? What is? These mega yachts. These mega yachts are where these people are just dumping all this excess cash. 400 billion. I'm sorry, 300, $400 million yachts. It's crazy. There's one that's 200 million. I'll have to look that up. That's insane, Aeronautical. That's crazy. It's so superfluous that they're just creating these money sinks that are just insane. This one's saying it's $54 million penthouse. The Bugatti residences. Neymar Jr. That's 200 million AED. So it's like 54 million US. Have you ever heard about the resilience training by the University of Pennsylvania for the Army? No, I haven't. Yeah, exactly, debate doc. Like stuff like that. You're just like what? Like there's no way, guys. Like, I mean, this is a decision. We are deciding as a society and as a culture that this is okay and that we should prioritize Elon going from $200 billion to $800 billion instead of spending that money on renewable and sustainable energy deployments. $800 billion could actually fund science and science research for 8 years in this country. So like, what do you think is going to have more of an impact? Elon Musk having $800 billion or science and all of scientific progress for 8 years across an entire country? Like, if you think like these aren't small numbers anymore. like we understand how like insane these numbers are, and about all of scientific research in the United States is about $100 billion a year. So think of all the technology that's improved your life over a decade. Think about where you were in 2015, all the technologies, all the technological advancements that's happened. Like if you really think that Elon Musk having that money is a better force of good in the world, you should read Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. You know, this is exactly what this is like, the just where everyone in our society just kneels at the boots of these billionaires, and we just bask in their greatness because they're so loved and smart, and we are so lucky that they're here with our presence. It's like some type of like hero worship meets Marvel movie meets reality television show. Like have some dignity, have some respect. Stop worshiping these billionaires. They've done nothing for your life, and you don't even understand or know actual geniuses that exist in the world that are actually having a bigger impact on your life right now, and you don't even know what their names are. Why doesn't science cure everything? That is big C. That is exactly, guys. What is a scientist that's cured something? Come on, give me something in chat. I am reading chat. What's up, Done to Live? How's it going? What is it? What do you guys think? What's a scientist? What's this? Yeah, Jonas Salk for sure. David R. Liu cured leukemia, childhood leukemia. Exactly. Boom. Miss Cake's got it. Like you just don't even know. Like he's actually done it multiple times. David R. Liu's actually done it multiple times, and you don't even know about it. So it's like, what's going on? Did you stream every day? Yeah, I stream every night, starting at 9. Yeah, PST.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I just got off a 12-hour shift. How you doing, boss?
Oh shit, nice man.
Yeah. I like what you're talking about up here. I really do. I disagree with just one thing up here, and it's a slight disagreement. I just want to talk about it real quick.
Sure.
Well, it says GMOs feed the world.
Uh-huh.
Now, if I gave you a tomato that was 1/4 of a pound, and I gave you a tomato that was 3/4 of a pound, and the tomato that was 1/4 of a pound was non-GMO and had more nutrients in it than 2 tomatoes that were 3/4 of a pound, would you be feeding the world, or are you just making their stomachs full?
I mean, that claim is like talking about like 90% of the crops like planted in the United States are genetically modified. Through the world, like there's like 70%. It's like a smaller amount because Europe bans genetically modified organisms. So like on the the net aggregate, like there are there are more non-genetically modified organisms out there for crop plants specifically. But the point is that like genetically modified organisms make food, they make materials, they make tons of different stuff. It's not just like tomatoes or something. We're talking about like cancer drugs. We're talking about like medicines. We're talking about oils, fuel, like tons of things.
Sure. I would point you just into a book. It's actually from the 1960s. It's Unnatural versus Natural Molecules. It talks about how it's actually a book that was banned in the United States. It talks about how unnatural molecules do not serve mankind in any purpose.
Yeah, it's completely misunderstood. I mean, corn has been genetically modified for 10,000 years. So that book is fundamentally incorrect.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is when you have to think about the thought process. When they genetically modified the food, they wanted it to be bigger and look better in the store. They didn't modify it to be more nutritionally value, right? They didn't modify it to be better for you. They modified it.
Yes, they do. Sometimes they do. Yeah, they do. I mean, like it's totally different.
Like what? Could you give me an example? Because everything that I've read.
Yeah, I can. I genetically modified potatoes, for example, so that like if they bruise, like there's no nutritional change at all. It's just if they get bruised, then they create reactive oxygen species and they have like little brown spots. So I genetically modified them so that didn't happen.
So that didn't happen, and that didn't have any.
Food, so they could have less food waste, and with less food waste, then people.
But what I'm saying is there's a cause and effect to everything. There's an equal and an opposite reaction to everything, right? So if you go and you change something, you're changing something else. You're not just changing one thing.
No, that's not true. That's exactly how molecular biology works, is that we can sequence the organism before we genetically modify it, and then we genetically modify it, and it's literally changing that one thing. That's the whole point.
Is that why 90% of Americans are nutritionally deficient?
That's a totally different like institutional like structural issue that has nothing to do with genetically modifying organisms.
So Dr. Greg, I just came up here to talk about golden rice.
Yeah, that's a great example.
That's the goat. That's the goat of genetically modified foods. Do you know about golden rice?
No, I don't know. I don't know who modified it.
Well, who did it? I'm not really sure exactly who. I mean,
like what country was it? America.
It was done in the United States. It was to help countries where they had people with deficiency in beta carotene. So what they did is they modified it genetically so that rice has beta carotene in it. And it solved all kinds of problems.
Yeah. Do they have to spray these GMOs with anything? Like if I were to grow apples on my land, and I wanted to say that they were organic, I would have to actually spray them with something, right? In order to like have that label.
No, you don't have to spray things to say that they're organic. You don't have to spray golden rice for it to be golden rice. It's golden rice because we made it golden rice, and when it reproduces, it's still golden rice.
Well, if you look
in fact, genetically modified organisms have cut down on the amount of pesticides that we need to put on and other chemicals we need to put on plants and other crops.
Because they're making the pesticides inside of them, so they don't need to be sprayed with the pesticide.
Right, and then we eat them. Yeah.
But you're not an insect, so you're not your kitten isn't like.
I mean, look at all of the bread on the shelf. It's like 8 out of 10 bread brands has glyphosate in it. Same with all the wheat crackers you're going to eat. Same with everything. That's why I'm like, when you go and you change something,
it's a processed food. Yeah.
It comes from the flour, brother. It comes from the flour, not from the processed food. I mean, that's the point that I'm trying to make.
It is a processed food.
But that's not a GMO. That's not a GMO. That's different.
It is a GMO. The what they're growing is GMO, and then they spray.
Yeah, you're talking about chemicals in processed food that are not part of it. It has nothing to do with it being a GMO.
GMOs don't work without them being sprayed. Show me a field that's GMO that's not.
That has nothing. GMOs have nothing to do with what's being sprayed.
It doesn't exist. All of them are sprayed.
There's some baseline things I think you just don't understand about GMOs.
No, I understand very well. I don't think,
but you don't, because for something to be a GMO, it does not have to be sprayed.
Okay,
I don't even know where you got that from.
I agree with that, but show me some GMOs that are not sprayed. You cannot do it because they do not exist, right? So in order for it to be a GMO,
absolutely.
It has to be sprayed.
But in general, they have less pesticides. So like if you have a bunch of stuff in a field growing, right? You could insects are going to want to eat your crop, and that's, as a farmer, you're going to want to stop that, right? So if you are doing organic farming, what you have to do is use a lot more ineffective means in order to target those insects and stop them from eating your crop, your money, man. So they have to they spray a lot of pesticides on them in order to stop it. And it's worse for the environment because you have runoff, and that runoff goes into other places, causing a lot more cascading impacts everywhere.
Yeah, and they use GMOs to, in some cases, to create genetic diversity in plants so that you don't have to use as many pesticides and fungicides and things like that, because when you have monocrops, which is largely how most things are cultivated here in the United States, but all over the world, they're susceptible to blights and all sort of other things.
Yeah, I don't think that GMOs are inherently good for human.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay. Yes, I do. Yes, I genetically modified algae in order to create a anti-cancer drug inside of it. Is that okay? Is that good?
Have they done that? Because I don't think they have.
I did that.
You did that?
I did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have the paper publication.
Does it work?
I drgregshow.com. I'm on that publication.
Anti-cancer, eh?
An immunotoxin that targets non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1. So do you know of any algae that can kill non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 cells?
I don't know, but
they don't.
I mean,
they don't. But I had to genetically
they don't know of any,
modify
right?
I had to genetically modify it in order for it to have that new capability, and that's what genetically modifying something does, man. It gives you like the ability to make human insulin inside of bacteria. You can make algae with tons of lipids into it, so then we don't have to use fossil fuels. Like you can enhance like natural capabilities within the organism, or you can give it brand new capabilities that it's never had before.
And there's a strain of bacteria, and I forget exactly what it was. It's a form of bacillus. They use genes from that bacteria that's found in soil to genetically modify crops because it's resistant to insects. Like the insects don't want to eat it then. And then we have to use fewer pesticides, less pesticides on our crops, and we don't have to eat all of those chemicals. And that gene modification doesn't harm humans at all because we eat that bacteria. We all that stuff gets eaten anyway. It's just a gene we already consume.
You don't think that might offset anything at all? You think that's with breeding, all right, if you have 30,000 genes and you are breeding one with another, you have the switching
of 30,000 genes, right? And you have tons of off-target effects. There could be hybridizations. There could be tons of different things that happen within that, right? But with molecular biology, we can sequence the genome. We can know exactly where we want to go in that genome. We can target our tools there, make those edits, and then we can just sequence it before and after, and nothing else has changed except for that one gene versus changing 30,000 into a roll of the dice with breeding. So it's actually way more targeted, way more specific, and like not just kind of like a shotgun approach with regular breeding approaches.
So it's all positive, no negative effects from GMOs.
I think so, largely.
Well,
yeah. Yes.
Yeah, no, so you could find some nuance there. I'll give you something. Maybe there's a nutrient that we get too much of. Like, let's say in the United States here, we get too much fat. You can genetically modify something so that it has more fat in it, but it's not going to like create a disease and or change your genes. We've been genetically modifying things, like Dr. Rigg just said, through breeding forever. Like oranges didn't exist. That's a man-made thing. Oranges did not exist before humans made oranges.
Yeah.
It's a genetically modified.
Yeah, lemons as well, right?
Well, there was a type of lemon, but yeah, most citrus comes from like 3 or 4 types of citrus, like what pomelos, I think, right? And then there was like a mandarin, and they kind of just bred them all together, and we got all of it: grapefruits and oranges and navel oranges.
Now, is breeding? Are you going to say that breeding and GMO is the same, like crossing, right?
In a rudimentary sense, yes. I mean, but you can have, yeah. I mean, so it's just like, again, it kind of like an analogy is kind of like if you were to carpet bomb a place versus sending in like SEAL Team 6 or something. If you do a scattered shot, you're going to get some things right. You're going to get a lot of things wrong with genetically modifying something. Or the tools now with CRISPR and things like that, we're so precise and we have such great sequencing technology that we are literally my job was to like create a ton of different type of yeast strains and then change one thing at a time and then compare them and see like who makes the most protein that I want, the most antibody or whatever that I was like looking for. So, I mean, we're so specifically doing it that we're able to actually, through experimentation, see which individual change actually gives the best result.
Well, I mean, I asked this because, also with GMOs, we have things like corporate control of food. There are you can cause harm to beneficial insects. You could reduce like some biodiversity, like cross-pollination within wild plants. You know what I'm saying? Also, GMOs, like we were talking about the herbicides earlier. That's why I'm bringing that up, is because yes, they are, engineered to tolerate herbicides, like we were talking about the glyphosate. But that leads to them spraying more, right? Which I don't necessarily think is good. Like, like Roundup and Monsanto and,
No, so glyphosate is is a herbicide. So basically, when you plant a crop, the number one thing that you want to prevent is another plant growing nearby, because it's going to suck all your nutrients out, but your macro and your micronutrients out of that soil. So then your crop can't grow as much. So you want to de-weed. You want to stop all these other plants from growing except for what you want to grow. So that's the whole idea. So without our herbicide, you're still like going through and like removing everything else.
Yeah, I get that. But I mean, like, look at Monsanto being like, with the Roundup being linked to everything that it's been linked to. I mean, that's not good, man. That's why I'm like, I think that GMOs are good. I'll say this in a certain aspect, but you can definitely go too far. And I think that we've went too far.
It sounds like you have a problem with herbicides and
No, I have a
pesticides and
problem. I
fungicides.
have a problem with people just, like I watched a whole documentary about some guy spent about $4 billion designing an apple. I think it's called Pink Lady.
They're great apples.
Yeah, they're pretty
They're
good.
not as good as the Cosmic Crisps,
Dude,
though. I like the
exactly. I was just
Cosmic
gonna
Crisps.
say, man, they're the Cosmic Crisp. What are those? They're amazing, dude.
Sure, yeah, they're good. But I would also say that, I mean, if we didn't, it's kind of like with a lot of animals we have in society, yeah, like pigs and cows. If we didn't constantly breed them, they probably wouldn't exist right now. They probably largely exist due to us.
Apples looked like crab apple, like they were tiny, they were small. Yeah. Watermelons used to only have like the flesh of the watermelon was only like 10 or 15% of the watermelon before we started messing with it. And corn was grass; you couldn't even eat corn. And now it's like one of the main grains consumed in parts of the world. There were only like a few different types of potato, and they were all in South America. Now there's potatoes everywhere, all different types.
You say the same
it actually adds to the diversity of plants that we eat, which is a good thing because fiber fuels the microbiome.
So true. Yeah, it's a great point, man.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, I feel like you guys are maybe glazing it a little bit. Like I understand that it's good and they're approved for sale. And I guess there's data that shows that they have not been shown to cause cancer in humans, right?
At high levels.
But with that being said, the more GMOs we have, look at the cancer rates go up at the same time. That's why I'm like,
oh, well, that's a correlation and causation conversation that I'm sure Dr. Greg has 8 times a night.
Yeah, I mean, so does Google Chrome usage. So, I mean, that's the problem is that you can link a lot of things together, man. So, but it doesn't mean we've used targeted molecular breeding since the 1970s. It's called the Green Revolution, and we've been doing it for like a long time, man. And there's like billions of more people on the world literally because during that time, partly because of how much we can feed, like how many people we can feed. It's a good thing. We want less suffering. We want people not going like hungry in the world.
I mean, yeah, I get that. But if that was really their focus when they created GMOs, nobody would be hungry right now, man.
Nobody has to be hungry right now. It's not science is not the reason people are hungry.
Yeah, exactly.
Who buys the science?
I'm a scientist and I literally genetically modify organisms for a living. That's my job.
I get that, but if you work for a dirtbag, though, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Sure.
Right? I mean, do you agree with me? Like if you're working for a company that's like, hey, make me the best apple that you can, so I can just make a bunch of profit off of it, and it's not really to help anybody. What good is it really doing?
I would say your issues with capitalism and not GMOs.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like,
I mean, okay, yeah, exactly. It seems like how many billions of dollars do we spend on like new iPhones and stuff? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's weird, but it is what it is.
iPhones, yeah, I get that. But iPhones and food.
I mean, with how morbidly obese people are, maybe if we spent $10 billion on an apple that everyone would eat every day and they would all lose weight, maybe that would be a greater good for society versus another iPhone just so that they can scroll the same apps that they did the year before.
Yeah, subsidize broccoli, not beef.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I see the planes fly over in the sky. I know they're spraying. I know it's in the soil. I know that gets into your food. That's why I'm like, I don't know, man. All the stuff that they're spraying, all those chemicals, I would love to see somebody put a mouthful of glyphosate. Anybody seen that video where that guy said he would drink glyphosate?
Yeah, but like we said before, man, like the genetically modified organisms require less of that stuff.
In fact, there might be a day where we don't need to use any of it if the GMO technology gets to where it can. The potential is probably like there are plants that insects can't eat. There are things out there And all we have to do is figure out how to make that work. I'm a firm believer that science, given enough time, can solve almost any problem. And
So like
I'm willing to bet, one day we're not spraying chemicals all over our food because they're GMOs.
I mean, one of the things that
Yeah,
I worked
they're
on in my PhD was like basically is a nanotechnology lab and a plant lab. So basically the idea was using nanotechnology in order to monitor like the specific nutrient needs of the plant, so that you could go through and automate some of the nutrient delivery more directly with like a drone or something like that. So you would have like one drone go out there, like scan a sentinel plant that had like some type of nanotechnology enabled chip on it, and say like, oh, this one, this acre needs calcium or something. And then you go through and then you spray it with the drone. It's like smaller, more acute, less runoff. You actually have less of a problem with it costs less, because you would have less runoff. You know what I mean? So it'd just be better for everyone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, see, and I say this with all due respect. It's not you guys personally, but I feel like people that think this way ruin the world for the people that just want to live simple lives. It's not funny, man. I'm being serious. And I'm not insulting you. I just, because of people like you that want to send plants out to the middle of the woods and like do all this shit, like I can't just live a simple life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we live in a society.
It's a collective. It's like a collective thing.
You would starve if there weren't GMOs, and if we didn't breed and change.
I would not starve if there weren't GMOs. Trust me.
Well, okay. Well, 3/4 of the population probably would be. What if we didn't cultivate plants and have genetically modified or bred?
How many of them are starving right now, bro?
Dude,
it's not because there's not enough food. That's the thing.
Oh, right. Because GMOs solve that issue.
I mean, it's a big part of it. And before that, selective breeding did.
Yes, check it out. Green revolution, man. It's real. I mean, science has dramatically improved your life. I mean, that just is the fact, man. I don't like the idea that you're talking to me on the internet.
I'm not saying that science didn't improve my life. I'm saying that GMOs are not all good like you guys are making them out to be. They have a lot of bad that comes with them as well.
What's one thing that has been proven by a study or any kind of actual serious evidence of any GMO hurting somebody?
Okay.
Just
the
one.
The 2015 International Agency of Research on Cancer classified glyphosate as
that's not a GMO. Try again.
Okay, they spray glyphosate on GMOs.
And like I told you before, name me a GMO that doesn't get sprayed.
Sometimes is that the
GMO that doesn't get sprayed with an herbicide? Name me one GMO that doesn't get sprayed with an herbicide. I will wait.
Okay, I can name a GMO that doesn't get sprayed with herbicide.
Please.
I'll find one right now. I'm going to use it.
It's never been sprayed with herbicide. Doesn't now, right? Because when you make a GMO, right,
hold on.
Some crops are engineered.
Name a crop that's not a GMO that doesn't get sprayed with the herbicide.
What is?
No, just name a crop that we grow commercially that's not a GMO that's not sprayed with an herbicide.
Bro, glyphosate is an herbicide. Okay, an herbicide, it kills plants. Glyphosate was used before they genetically modified corn in order to be glyphosate resistant. You realize that, right? It was used for 30 years before.
So corn, soybean, and cotton, over 90% of it is not sprayed with well, no, that's not.
Okay, saying farming practices are unrelated to GMOs is like saying
papaya is the answer. There you go. Papaya is not sprayed with an herbicide.
Papaya?
Yeah.
Okay, where do they grow those at, bro? They ain't grown them in the US,
largely
right?
in South America, but I'm sure it's all over the place. But you asked me to name one. I said name one that is not a GMO that's not sprayed with an herbicide.
And we've been using herbicides before genetically modifying plants. So it's like, again, it doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying is, if you were so good at genetically modifying plants, and if it was actually good, you would be able to plant it, and it wouldn't need any help, right? It would be good on its own. The fact of the matter is you got to spray a bunch of chemicals on it,
Yeah.
right, in order for it to fucking work.
No, you don't. Like, what about the Cavendish banana?
Oh my god! Dude.
No, the Cavendish banana is the most eaten
Crossbreeding
fruit in the
and
United
GMOs aren't the same,
States.
right?
What?
We just went over that.
What?
I say crossbreeding and GMOs aren't the same, right? We just went
Cavendish banana is a GMO.
Huh?
It's a GMO.
Cabbages?
No, I said a Cavendish banana. The banana's the common banana.
Yeah, I know the difference. I know the differences of the bananas and what they look like with the big black seeds, and now we have no seeds in our bananas, basically.
Did we land on the moon?
Hey, we have 200 people in here, and we are only up to 61,900 likes. Everyone needs to get to tapping because tapping is clapping.
Is science ever wrong, or do people ever make mistakes?
Science is wrong more than it's right, and that's why we do science.
Great.
Science is a process.
Yeah, that's right. You're exactly right. So maybe before we jump the gun and we make something, we go, "Hey, this is really good. We should release this." And then later we find out that it murders people because
we do
that's
that.
like
The whole process you're
do.
describing is science. That's what science is.
That's what we're doing.
It's why we do it over and over and over again. It's why we repeat studies, and it's why their studies are peer reviewed, and it's why we get frustrated as a population when there's something really great out there and we don't have access to it for 12 years, because it's being studied over and over and over again. It's being replicated. It's being peer reviewed,
and it's
frustrating when we can't get our hands on it. But it's done like that for a reason.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll just say we still get it wrong. But
Okay. So when science gets things wrong, what should happen next?
Well, it should correct it, but at the same time,
Exactly. Guess what? You know what makes bad science better is when good science fixes it.
Mhm.
Because that's what good
I get
science
that, but
does.
not at the expense
more
of people's
science.
lives, sweetheart. Not at the
Oh,
expense
we
of
don't
people's
disagree
lives.
with that, and don't call me sweetheart. Just
Well, I
because
just
I'm a
did.
woman, that's not appropriate.
Sure, it is.
No, it's completely inappropriate.
No, it's not.
And if you want to call me by a title, it is Reverend Doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, bro. You don't get to actually
I can say whatever I want, bro.
No, you
Freedom of
don't get
speech.
to talk down to people that have actually accomplished things in their lives. You've never done anything difficult in your life, and that's just the reality.
You know me so well. Thanks for letting me know,
because
brother.
that's exactly what it is. Because
Yeah, you see the
because of
personal
how you
attack come out
understand
now?
these problems and the thought process that you're showing right now, you've never actually accomplished anything difficult in your life. That's the reality. And you look up to crazy people, probably like Fuentes and these idiots.
Oh yeah,
And
Yeah,
you need to lay off of that stuff, man. You need to think about people that are actually trying to better society long term and actually trying to improve problems.
Oh yeah, because society's doing so good right now,
is.
Brother.
It actually
They've been
is.
making
We
it
are.
so
We are.
good.
We are not because of
Yeah.
people like you,
Oh,
but
yeah.
because of people like me in science and engineers and medical people. We are. Because we've actually done the hard work that you haven't done, and we've actually learned things.
Got it.
Yeah.
You feel better now?
Do you feel better?
I mean, I felt fine before, man. You just went off on a whole personal attack thing of telling me how you know everything about me, Doctor.
Just because you just got slapped around doesn't mean that you made it personal.
I didn't get slapped around, man.
You just made it personal. Then you came on here trying to act all big.
How'd I make it personal?
You're
Tell
trying
me
to
how I made
belittle
it personal.
people. You're trying to belittle people.
I didn't
here.
belittle anybody.
Are you okay?
Who did I belittle?
Me, you called me sweetheart, you ding dong.
Sweetheart is not a belittling term.
When someone tells you not to call them that, it's a fucking belittling term. How's that?
Completely diminutive to refer to the only woman in a conversation as sweetheart. If I was going around here calling you cupcake, you would find it diminutive. That is literally the definition of personal attack. It's literally an insult.
I'll be sure to tell that to the gas
Did
station.
you get that, son? Did you get that? Do you understand that?
How much
son?
glyphosate do you think's in that cupcake?
You just get insulted by everything, don't you? You guys just
Do you
get
like
upset
that,
about
son?
everything.
Do you like that, son? Are you okay?
Okay, Dr. Greg.
Thanks, bud. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well,
I mean,
good job,
you
Daniel.
guys keep rolling on that train and making society better.
Right
We
on,
are.
dude, bro.
We are.
Yeah.
Listen, Scarcliffe, you came up here talking about GMOs. Everything
It's
that
all
you
about
pointed
money,
to that
brother.
causes a problem
Everything you do is for money.
wasn't a GMO.
Dr. Greg.
Oh, is it? Everything I do here is for money.
Dr.
Yeah.
Craig. Dr.
Yeah.
Craig. Who's
He went into
paying
research
you?
because he's
Dr.
a
Craig,
money
who's
grubbing.
paying you? We want to know.
Yeah, it's all
who's
about money,
paying
man.
you?
Yeah. Dude, like science is like
bettering society is all about money. How many times can you reinvent the wheel? How many times can you reinvent the wheel before you went too far, Dr.
Dude,
Greg?
we've reinvented the wheel a million times.
Yeah,
Hey,
and they still come out with
Scarcliffe.
new cars every year that are better. You believe that?
Scarcliffe, you want to know who signs Greg's checks? Your
I don't care who signs
mom.
Greg's checks, sweetheart.
dude, like scientists aren't paid well, like in society. You realize that, right? Like you're like that's like we're exploited. We're not actually.
How much did you make last year, Dr. Greg?
$100,000.
Okay, sounds pretty good to me.
After 11 years of school, do you have any idea if I went to some like investment bank or some stupid app, like how much more I could be making, dude? Like all of our like scientist friends all talk about how stupid we are to actually try to fix problems that exist in the world versus going to one of these apps or like freaking banks and making 3 or 4 times that amount. What are you talking about, dude? You think after 11 years of school, going and getting $80,000 to $100,000 a year is like a good way of spending your time?
I mean, if you wanted to spend your time that way, sure. But I think
exactly.
that it was
because I'm contributing to something that's bigger than myself.
It's because it was lucrative in the end, not because
No,
of
it's
anything
not.
else.
No, it's not. Like where's the financial gains that's coming? Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, you look like you're doing pretty well for yourself, Dr. Greg. I mean, you tell me. Do any of these corporations, that pay for any of this science, do they abuse any people at all, or do you think that you're doing more? You think you're doing more good than harm? That's what I'm trying. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
I mean, you literally come up here and abuse people. I can't talk at this time of day. But
you're just anti-science
came
now.
Up here and abused
I'm not
people,
anti-science.
So like what they, you literally are. We've been telling you.
I'm not anti-science. I think the wise man foresees his mistake before he makes it. Yeah. And I think that GMOs and herbicides are a mistake.
Little man, gain some wisdom. Go for it. We're trying to help you.
Sure, yeah.
Like the fact that you can't tell that glyphosate is not a GMO after we've explained it like 6 different times. I don't know what
say
the
that was a
is,
GMO.
man.
If you were listening, I didn't say that glyphosate was a GMO.
Yeah, but every time you start talking about GMOs, the conversation went back to a chemical that's not a GMO.
Yeah, because they use herbicides on GMOs, do they not?
They use herbicides on every crop it's not a GMO. Virtually every crop.
No, you don't get it. You don't spray an herbicide on the plant you're trying to grow. Because it kills plants. Do you not understand this? You spray the
GMO. No, you don't understand that the GMOs are resistant to herbicides. That's what you don't get. So they spray them more heavily. They spray them more heavily with herbicides. That's what they do.
No. The crop we want is the GMO. So we develop them so that they are
resistant to herbicides.
So that we don't have to spray as much.
That's what they do.
The weeds and the non-crop that's growing around the crop that we spray the herbicides on.
Yeah, have you heard of super weeds from spraying herbicides?
Yes.
Okay, exactly. I'm trying. See, this is the thing.
Right.
You're not being.
And that's the weed genetically modifying itself.
Yeah, you realize that the glyphosate resistant gene it's EPSPS. So it's actually a native plant gene that it has within its own genome. I've literally done this myself. Like I've created a plant that was glyphosate resistant, not by like inserting the Monsanto cassette, but by just like genetically altering the EPSPS gene inside of that plant. I've done that.
Yeah, I get that, man.
Okay.
I mean,
It's in the
Evelyn, that's
picture,
a good
but it's okay.
question.
I get it.
think he probably has the credentials.
I understand that your guys' heart is in the right place, but
You know, we invented broccoli and kale and cabbage and Brussels sprouts, right? And cauliflower.
cool, man. You're saying that to me like I'm going to tell you that it's a great, like it's the best.
No, it all came from wild mustard plant.
Do you know that every apple you have ever eaten in your life was a GMO apple? Because the apples that existed prior to the Red Delicious, which was the first GMO apple, were not edible to humans. We used them for cider. You wouldn't pick up a cider apple and eat it. They are too sour.
Yeah.
And
Red Delicious are trash. Just throwing it out there.
They are trash now.
The worst apple.
But they weren't. They were originally one of the most popular food crops ever, apple crops that there ever was, because it was the first apple that was really delicious to eat.
Actually, I think it was flat earther Johnny Appleseed. That.
Yeah, I do want to know, Scar. Can you answer? Have humans landed on the moon?
Have we landed on the moon?
Yeah. Have there been human beings on the moon?
He didn't answer when I asked him.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. God. Good.
When
now,
though? Hold on. When?
Scar,
In what decade did we do it?
I mean, when Nixon was president.
All right, just checking.
Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome.
We did it.
That's excellent. Okay. Now, Scar, I want to know, what shape is our planet?
Well, I'd say it's probably closer to a sphere. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, good. We're cooking with gas. There's hope. There's hope.
Yeah. Hey,
It's not in great shape.
the next time they tell you the government wouldn't do that to you, right? Yeah. Just remember that the only reason why they do all this, who owns all these GMO seeds? Is it corporations? Is it giant mega corporations that own most of the food in America? Do you really think that they're trying to help you?
That's an unregulated
Ask yourself these
capitalism
questions.
problem. That's
Dr.
what that
Greg
is.
is just a puppeteer of these people.
No.
offense.
See, Dr. Greg is anti that.
Mom. We've already established that. Dr. Greg is paid for by your mom.
Yeah, Scarcliffe, you just want more. You want more regulations on certain things, and Dr. Greg, I'm going to guess agrees on that, and so do I. Right,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I think there should be more regulations and things, antitrust specifically when it comes to companies like Monsanto that you keep mentioning. Like, we agree on that. What we don't agree on is it's the GMO's fault.
Yeah,
it's human behavior.
Yeah, exactly. I will definitely agree with you on that. It's not the GMO's fault if indirectly from human intervention that the foods that used to fulfill our bodies end up becoming bad for us. Let me ask you a question. So what happens maybe in the future, because this is a real question, you have to think about this. What happens maybe in the future when we do accidentally mess up and we can't go back to where we were before? Yeah. You think that's a possibility, or do you think that's just probably not going to happen?
Oh, it's a possibility, but I can almost guarantee.
Okay.
Almost guarantee it's going to be because of assholes not listening to scientists.
Mm.
Okay, and I'll probably agree with you on that. But see, and that's my fear, man. Is I understand that you can do good with science, but unfortunately, and I'm not being a conspiracy theorist here. I'm being a realist. The world that we live in isn't exactly here to scratch us on the back at this point. I mean, look at the way that our architecture is with our houses and our daily life cycle. It's a throwaway life cycle. Mm-hmm. It's not sustainable. None of this is sustainable. Nobody does anything for themselves. You throw away everything. That's why I just don't think that deep down in the end, this is going to be good. I don't see it happening.
How does that have anything to do with GMOs?
Because GMOs are a huge part of our daily life right now, right? Like when you go to the store and you're telling me, oh, broccoli and all of these things, right? Get that. Love broccoli. Cool. Love potatoes. Great. But when we get to a certain point to where we have genetically modified something, and maybe we have so many seeds that we don't even have the original seeds anymore. And now we're stuck, right? And we have these crops that maybe we can't even eat. Yeah.
No.
He doesn't think that's ever a possibility.
That is not. I do not believe that's a possibility.
Okay. I mean, I would say,
first of all, we have seeds in vaults for a reason. We have vaults where seeds are stored so that we have originals. That's a real thing. But also, technology is pretty wild. We can probably fix mistakes if they're created with GMOs. But just because you create a crop with a GMO doesn't mean it's going to go rampant and destroy everything that's closely related to it, leaving you with some weird GMO'd version of a tomato that you can't eat. But
I mean, indirectly, for instance, if I were to grow some tomato plants and I had some marigolds near, for instance, the marigolds would help the tomato plants with pest control, right? I think that maybe when we look at GMOs and things, we should look at also plants. Like maybe when we're growing a field of potatoes, we should grow another plant near it, right? That actually helps the ecosystem and the environment. Because what I'm trying to explain is, yeah, I get that we're making potatoes and we're doing all these things, but that directly affects the environment around us as well. We don't know how that affects wildflowers or how that affects another native species of plant. You know what I mean? For instance, some of these Chinese vines and things that have made their way over here that destroy trees, like the what is it? The cypress tree, or I think it's the American cypress or something. Or the chestnut, something like that. That's almost gone because of these. It's actually a fungi that rots the roots of the tree out. And 100 years ago, they were all over the countryside of America, and now they're almost gone.
That almost happened. That happened to potato. It was in the early 1900s or late 1800s, and you know how we stopped that from happening?
No, but I'm saying
GMOs.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I get that, but I mean what I'm saying is we don't know when we put a new plant in the environment how that's going to affect the environment for the next 10 or 20 years, right? You can't get research on that before you put that plant out there, right? So you don't know everything. You guys don't have this down to a complete science when you go and you do something and you put it out there. It's not perfection. You haven't thought of everything. There's no way to think of everything, right? We're not all knowing beings. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying you could be in the right mindset and really want to help society and do bad unintentionally, which is, I think, what happens, unfortunately, a lot in society. I mean, cars are great. I love cars. I love trucks, but they're not good at the same time. They're bad for the environment. You know what I mean? So
I think there's something you need to know about, and I think it would just send you down a rabbit hole. And I think you'd be a lot less worried about GMOs. I want you to look up mirror bacteria.
Neurobacteria?
No, mirror bacteria.
Oh, mirror bacteria.
And that's what we should be afraid of. That's what we should all be afraid of,
dude, they're gnarly.
because
That's
that could
crazy.
literally erase the entire world and everything.
This is a hypothetical organism built using mirror image version of life's chemistry.
Yeah, it's basically the chirality of organic chemistry. It's like right-handed versus left-handed, and basically all of organic chemistry is one way. And if you actually created life the other chirality, you would create like basically organisms that we would not be able to defend against. Our immune systems would be completely defenseless against it, that kind of stuff.
Right. And see, okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So like when I make a plant, you know what I'm saying, let's say I, make some GMO, I don't know, cherries, right? Yeah, sure.
That sounds delicious. I want some GMO cherries.
Let's say I make some GMO cherries, and through doing that, maybe an insect eats them. Yeah. And maybe some of that glyphosate, or maybe some of that herbicide, or maybe some whatever is on there. And we genetically modify a bug or some bacteria like you're talking about. And that ends up destroying other crops, right? In turn, maybe they eat everything. Maybe they're like locusts and they just run rampant on all the crops. I mean, that's the thing.
Or it bites a guy named Peter.
Or bites a guy named Peter. Yeah, exactly.
And he saves the world over and over and over again.
Maybe. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
But we're not, bro. That before it goes into the field or anything like that, it's tested in so many different ways. It's not like we're just like figuring it out on the fly at mass scale like that. I mean, nobody cares more about the ecology of the environment than biologists. Like that, about genetic diversity from them. So like, of course, they're going to do everything that they can, and you're going to have thousands of ecologists that are checking and making sure you've done your due diligence. Do you understand? Like, this is, but basically a good example of this going awry is like biological control agents. So biological control agents are when we've used living things to try to control the numbers of another living thing. And it's gone crazy, like in like Australia with like rabbits, or I think is there something. But
well, it was the cane toad in Australia, right? They introduced the cane toad to control beetles damaging sugarcane crops,
exactly.
And the toads didn't effectively control the beetles. They spread rapidly. They're highly toxic and killed native predators that disrupted the ecosystem across northern Australia.
So
I mean, there's the Atlantic salmon experience, the biological pest control,
but these are great examples of why like it's like targeted with a lot different. I mean, it's very targeted to one specific thing, and you can actually kind of have like a kill switch, a genetically modified kill switch in there too, so that it just can't grow unless you give something special that you would only be able to give it. So like that's what
that's scary that you said that. That's what I'm talking about. That's a fear of mine. Yeah. I mean, imagine you go buy some seeds from the store and you can't grow them in your garden unless you go buy some vitamin whatever.
But that means that it couldn't hybridize and it couldn't like grow anywhere else, and it couldn't like spread and take over the environment.
I get that, but then that means that I can't even have a garden in my backyard without giving money to some corporation, Dr. Greg, and I don't want that.
But that's
I'm
talking about in this hypothetical scenario. I'm talking about not in your garden, man. I'm talking about like in a massive like installment or a massive acreage, not like your garden.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fear is down the road. Sure, those seeds in the seed bank, I get that. But I mean, down the line, are they even going to be available for people to have? Or the only seeds available going to be, those ones that are, what's the word? Intellectually owned by, some company. And if I grow them, they have rights to sue me. You know what I mean? Because that happens now. I mean, there's seeds that farmers can't grow, they can't replant that seed next year.
Bro, there's videos that I can't show right now on TikTok. You know, like, so you're telling me that I can't just show any video that I want to show right now? I really want to watch Bluey. Like
Seeds,
right now,
though,
I can't
my
just
friend,
like
seeds,
show
though.
Bluey right now. You know what I mean? Like there's
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, like,
If I went and I
lots of,
bought a
like,
tomato from the store and it was illegal for me to grow the seeds in that tomato,
but
that's not cool.
The thing is that it's and this is uniquely to the United States patent system, is that one of the things that you can patent are plants. Like that is something that is, that is unique to us. So the idea is that the product is that plant, is that sequence, because they've done a lot of work and we've made it so that it's very specifically what we want it to be. So so yeah, that is the product, man. That is the thing. So
okay, everybody take a breath for a second.
Yeah, I just think that that's bad. I mean,
we're at 200 people and we're still only at 70K likes. Clapping is clapping. Hit your heart memes, repost, share the live, send it to your friends. We also have many really good science creators that are hanging out in the live right now. Great people to follow. Fishy is a marine biologist that's chilling in the chat for the first time visiting here tonight, but Fishy is awesome. Let's support our supporters too. Look at who's on the panel. We have some great, excellent people in here chatting and on the panel. World's Strongest Mayo. I don't know what makes mayo strong, but maybe you can explain that, because I used to rep for Unilever Best Foods. So I just want to hear what you have to say about that.
Genetically modified mayo.
I mean, it's not as exciting.
So this
sounds so.
What happens when insects stop eating all of our crops completely altogether?
Then all the insects die, and then all the birds die, and then we get what happened in Mao's China when they killed all the sparrows.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, is there going to be a stopping point, or you think this is just going to be continuous for forever? Because I think it's going to be continuous for forever, right? Like they're never going to stop trying to make stuff better. Right, when that's bad. Yeah,
but
that's
bad. Like commercial products, man. That's like a commercial. Like, are you a farmer? Do you want to like be a farmer in the future? Like, and it's not.
I grew up on a farm, and yes, I will be a farmer in the future. Yeah, I grew up on a hog and a cattle farm. I also know about corn and soybeans.
Okay, perfect. So like the idea of
I'm 31, sweet Caroline, 1994, 11/3/1994.
The thing with like the potatoes that I genetically modified, you had less food waste. You had, like, as a farmer, you don't bruise and throw away everything because you accidentally bruise it. Like you have less food waste on your end. Like that's a good thing. They're gonna
I agree with you, but not when the
choose that the farmers are going to have choices, right? They could have genetically modified or non-genetically modified like choices, but the cost, the increased cost of the genetically modified plant has to be worth it for them economically.
And Scar, you as a potential farmer are totally going to benefit from anything you do to develop your actual agricultural education. Like,
I know a lot about horticulture and permaculture. I understand a lot of stuff. I've been doing it since I was a kid.
Understand it. We hear you not understanding.
No. What you hear me is questioning. That's what you hear me is questioning. Yes.
Some of those questions are excellent. And that's why we're suggesting that you get an education, or I am suggesting you get a legitimate education in agriculture. Go to Iowa State University. Go to Cal Poly Pomona. Go to UC Davis. Those are excellent agriculture schools. You can learn a great deal there. There's public, private universities. You can go to agriculture schools in Europe.
Yeah, the problem with like your mindset and all of this, that like everyone should do things themselves, we shouldn't have GMOs, is if you go back to like the founding of the United States, like in the late 1700s, 95% of people that lived here were farmers, because that's how many people it took to grow food for everyone that needs to eat.
Yeah.
And today it's 2%.
Right.
And we can do other things. Like we can,
Yeah.
I mean, it's equivalent to when it started with the agricultural revolution, where all of a sudden we didn't have to be nomads all the time and go out and hunt for every scrap of food or go out and forage. So our technology and our society has grown and progressed tremendously because of technology in agriculture, including GMOs. We wouldn't, I mean, like imagine if 95% of people had to be farmers today. We wouldn't have enough doctors. We wouldn't have like nearly any of the technology that we have. We probably wouldn't have public water and sewer, which is probably the greatest invention humans have ever seen in terms of saving lives. I mean, what you're talking about is like going back to like, I mean, there was a movie M. Night Shyamalan made called The Village. I think it's a really good example of like what you're describing we should go to.
What I'm describing we should go to. No, what I'm describing we should go to is instead of like, because to me, right, I would say evolving in a smarter light would be to make it so you don't have to go to a building underneath lights and buy food wrapped in plastic, right? That you would grow it yourself and be self-sustainable, and we would be so smart by now if it wasn't all for fucking money, right? And we just did things because we actually wanted to help people. Like, I agree with you. We would all have self-sustainable lives right now, and we would all have plenty of time to learn about doctors or to learn to be a mathematician or a great poet or a dancer or an artist. Or instead, we live in a consumerism-based world where you want to sell the biggest, most beautiful looking red tomato. You don't give a shit on whether people eat or not when you create the GMO. You just want to sell more tomatoes in the store and make more money off the same amount of land.
I don't own a store and I don't sell
That's
tomatoes.
what they want to do. They want to use the same amount of land and get more food. I get that can be a good thing, but not when it's profit-based and it's not based in actually helping people. The end result that you're going to get off that is not good. That's what I'm saying.
Are you making a communist argument here? Like, I don't understand like what you're
it's not a communist argument.
It is.
Oh my God.
It literally
How is it a fucking
okay.
no, see, this is the You're just a fucking idiot. No, I'm not a fucking communist, bro.
Well,
that's the stupidest fucking reply you could have said.
I mean,
no, I'm literally not a fucking
communist.
communist.
Maybe you're
and
a MAGA
fuck
communist.
yourself for calling me a communist. How about that? Now I'm going to be a dick.
Talking about we should remove the ability for profit motive to have anything to do with the ability to feed people. That's what you're saying,
bro. Profit-based shit is not based in helping people. Do you not get that?
That is a very good and strong communist argument.
Yeah, exactly.
That is
anti-capitalist.
That was the best. That was the best.
You guys are fucking actually part of the problem. I hope your fucking herbicides get you in the end.
Oh my God. Please come join the PTG.
Jesus Christ.
I was like, is this MAGA communism? Like, is this that? Maybe that's what it was. Like,
Mechanism.
Yeah.
Mechanism.
Nunchuckism. That was.
Oh my God.
He knows what it's. He got really mad about that one. I was like,
okay. By the way, can we please kick Zach Lynchman out for all the anti-Islamist statements? We don't need that in here. We're not talking about religion. Come on. We don't need to anti-anybody's religion right now.
Look, I just came up to talk about golden rice, and I haven't seen Dr. Greg since MT stopped holding his late night raves on TikTok. So I just wanted to, I think golden rice is like one of the coolest inventions we've ever made. I think that's just like so slick.
But the problem is that it never got used, man. In Africa, because of all the anti-GM nonsense, it never actually got implemented, and so it's extremely frustrating.
Well, I thought places in Africa did use it, but it was like I knew the Philippines like shunned it, right? Mm-hmm. And like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just thought it was like one of the coolest things, and that guy doesn't think it's cool at all. By the way, he did not support that. But what he thinks we should do is, Dr. Greg, you grow cucumbers, I'll grow tomatoes. First here, she can grow corn, and the government will tell us to do that, and then we'll all come together and we'll trade, and we'll call it not communism.
I'm here growing cupcakes. I have a cupcake farm here. I don't know what anyone else is doing, but I have a cupcake farm.
Well, I am not a certified degree holding scientist. So I'm going to hop down. My name, World's Strongest Mayo, because I know you asked earlier and he didn't let me speak. I competed in strongman and powerlifting, and I used to be a mayor. I used to be a mayor, and when I left office, I couldn't think of another name. So until I thought of one, I just took the R off.
I love it.
And people laughed at it, and it was kind of fitting. I mean, I'm like a big bald white guy, and Mayo just kind of worked. So I just kept it.
Especially now that we're accepting being called Mayo Sapiens.
Look, I was calling myself Mayo way before people coined that term. So I guess I'm king of mayonnaise. I'm king mayonnaise here.
Well, I'm going to teach you. Would you like a mayonnaise fact? Today's commercial mayonnaises are a shelf-stable product.
Yeah.
People tend to think it's mayonnaise that made you sick at the barbecue. It's not. Yeah. The mayonnaise that got you sick. It's what got in the mayonnaise.
Yeah. No. It's what get in. And look, things can get in mayo for sure. I'll tell you. You got to be careful. And I actually learned that in like a 60 Minutes, like years ago. I remember them talking about that, and I was like, huh. I always thought it was the mayonnaise, but I also say mayonnaise is a great alternative to butter when you're coating a grilled cheese sandwich or even a steak before you fry it. It might not sound good, I promise.
No,
you look that up and you
it.
try it, and then eat a salad after, because that's terrible for you.
Dude, you're right. But Philippines did approve it. That's awesome. Philippines.
No, I had it flipped. I thought the Philippines said no.
The 2019 golden rice was approved for use as human food and animal feed for processing in the Philippines. It became in 2021. It became the first country to officially use the biosafety permit for commercially propagating vitamin A infused golden rice. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh, that's awesome. I did not know that.
That brings up a good point though, because here's the thing with the Philippines. We've told them a lot of shit that end up being really bad for them.
True.
So I get the hesitancy on that one. I mean, I'm just saying, like, not because of the GMO hesitancy, but just because we're like, hey, we have this rice and it's gold and it's going to help you. It just, I don't know. I mean, we've done, there's a really great book. It's about Teddy Roosevelt and his administration called The Imperial Cruise. If you're into history, it's like one of my favorite history books I've ever read. It's a really good one. It's I forget the guy's name right off the top of my head, but he's the thing about they did like Flyboys, and his father was in that picture of in Iwo Jima. He's one of the Marines that were hoisting the flag.
Wow.
And he's written a lot of books about like World War II and what led up to it. And it gets into the Philippines. This is not a science topic, so I'm going to hop down. I just wanted to. I came up to say hi and talk about golden rice, and that guy just sucked me in. And I was waiting to ask him about the moon landing forever. And but I guess anyway, I'll see you, man. Thanks for having me up.
For hopping on, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
All right,
see you.
I'm gonna take off. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for Miss Cake. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Greg, for giving me so much audience tonight. Everyone, tap and do your daily heart me on Dr. Greg now that it's after midnight.
There you go.
Let's get him up a few more. You're thinking about heading out now? Or are you trying to depart from us?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
You got more Barbie surgery in the morning?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that for sure. I gotta be in dad mode in 4 hours, so I gotta go. But thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Aeronautical. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you for everything, guys. Thanks for joining in. I was was not expecting to do this tonight, so it was fun. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Have a good one. See you guys. Bye.